Bienvenidos a la cuarta jornada del Congreso.
Welcome to the fourth session of the International Congress on Technology and Tourism for All. Remember the hashtag. Let's start recommending the session that from today will also be available on the website of the Congress. This is participations in which we can see applications of games combined with video games and robotics used successfully in therapies for children with cognitive and physical disabilities. On today's speech, we will count on Maribel Rodriguez. And the two round tables, we will talk on topics of accessibility, events, and cultural sessions, prepared with IAAP. And the second concerning applications of technology in everyday life. First of all, let's watch some videos showing projects by Fundación 11, and we'll see how accessibility and universal design, taken into account from beginning to end, make it so that all people can enjoy them. I hope you can enjoy them.
Me gusta el color azul.
I like blue.
Me gusta el tenis. Vamos,
I like
Rafa.
tennis.
Me gusta
Let's go,
mi
Rafa.
serie favorita.
I like watching my favorite shows. I like everything happening around like you, but especially, I like to tell you about it. I am Sandy, and I have cerebral paralysis, and I'm telling you all with one of the few parts of my body that I can freely use, my eyes, which are my window to the world, in which communication is a right for everyone.
Quiero contarte tantas cosas ahora que es posible. Ahora que estás aquí, puedo escribirte esta carta, así contarte que quejarme nunca me ha hecho falta, que mi destino es un monte por el que sprinto y que esta vida no me hizo peor, solo
This
distinto.
life didn't make me worse, just different. In my window, I have some bars, but I am free. My mystery isn't decipherable. I am sensitive with faith, and I invite you to watch inside. I watch Uranus, the love, and you will see my mental fortitude and wanting to be closer to light than of the catacombs. I have a voice, even though a lot may not hear it. Feel it, friend. Fight with me, so that we may wake up those who are asleep. We will sit together, talking about what's normal, what's deep. I want to tell you so much about my world, the eternity in every second. We will walk together, discovering different paths. Everything I want to tell you about the eternity in every second. I have my challenges, my lungs full of life, friends that smile and I forget. If the words inspire me and are calm, that's why I want to tell you about what makes me laugh and feel, now that I can choose between those simple things that were my obstacle before and touching your heart with my sight. I have my enthusiasm with sport. I can tweet my days, talk about my fears and victories. They realized that my soul was hungry and now has no more doors. I'll try to be invincible. And I want to tell you so much now that it's possible. No conditions, my dreams, my worries, which are my hobbies and projects. My future is like a perfect circle. My light is infinite. I want to talk about my favorite books and movies. That a part of me flies, and we can be whatever we want. We will sit together, talk about what's banal and deep. I want to tell you so much in my world, the eternity in every second. Let us walk together like that, discovering new paths. So much I want to tell you if you enter my world, the eternity in every second. Now that you're here, I can write this letter and tell you that complaining was never an option. My destiny is a world I run towards, and I'm not worse, just different. Do you know something? I don't go to the gym anymore. I do barrerismo. It gets you in very good shape. The more I can feel bicycles on the street, the more I work out. My dog isn't a fan, but he understands now. Sometimes I don't know how I do it. I swerve like I am Neymar, a football crack. Imagine you're on a street at your rhythm, and suddenly you have obstacles in your way. 20 minutes of extra cardio for free. Barrerismo is the best. You continue throughout the labyrinth, the maze. And here, there's a shortcut, and you go through the kitchen. This ad may make you smile, but not really, it isn't funny. Sweeping here. Over 4 million people with disabilities suffer with this sweeping, barrerismo. We want it to only exist in the dictionary as a word, not on the street. Fundación 11. The path of Santiago for all people. Thousands of people go through the Camino de Santiago every year. The most ancient path in Europe would also be accessible for people with disability. The faithful will have an inclusive experience thanks to our faithful application in which people will choose the path to cover, even though right now it's just available in the Camino de Santiago in France. We'll be able to download it if there is no internet, so now we can start traveling. The pilgrim will be able to choose whatever point and calculate how to go from one point to the next, putting pictures on points on the way to complete the experience, to guarantee that any people using the app can see the entire content on the screen. We have a new button to see the state of the different elements that you can see on the map, because it's not accessible for blind people. The pilgrim will be able to have several kinds of information thanks to different physical elements, as well as relevant information given by other pilgrims and the different bodies that belong to the project. These kinds of information are associated to beacon, which allow the pilgrim to get guided. They signal key points on the way, like the entrance to municipalities or branchings. The pilgrim only has to click on the BitCon logo or explore the BitCon information around them. The user will be able to connect on BitCon to see the information and follow it. Throughout the path, they'll be able to find panels and also a shell logo that will be able to give information. You just have to click on the button, the main logo, or the available elements and points. In any case, from this screen, the user will be able to click on the button to take a picture with our pilgrim and share it later on social media. The information on the previous version of the app allows to insert more content on by the bodies that participate in this app. From the main screen, the pilgrim will be able to access to alerts, notifications, or information concerning accessibility, according to the path where they're at. They'll be sorted by relevance, and they'll be able to see the message, the content, the name of the message, the source, localization, URL, to extend the information, and the dates. Lastly, we have inserted a game in which the pilgrims will be able to collect elements. To be able to extend the collection, the pilgrim will have to answer questions correctly concerning different information or bitcoms to follow the way. A more complete manner to enjoy the Camino de Santiago.
Fundación 11, junto con el Real
Fundación 11, with Real Patronato, presents Casa Inteligente, accessible and sustainable. A house that can adapt to the necessities and circumstances of the people living there, taking care of comfort, safety, energy, communication, and accessibility. The Casa Inteligente intelligent house, intelligent accessible house, is distributed with rooms like the hall, room, living room, workspace and clean energy spaces, bathroom, kitchen, and dining room. There are so many different possibilities of building that responds to the needs of people. Some of the existing solutions are included in the expo itself, while other alternatives are introduced through screens. Throughout the path, you will find different interchange systems that will ease their perception, no matter the existing conditions or sensory capacity. The panels convey information in very simple language and also in Braille. All media counts with subtitles, transcriptions, and they have a magnet to ease listening through devices. We also have information on every room, which will help you get oriented through the space and the path. The multimedia terminals are easy to access, include smartphone tablets and touch screens with testing applications. There's also a system of information devices called BitCons. To use them, you can download the app in your device or use the tablets in which it is already installed. The beacons will help you in every room and will give you information and website information with touchscreen information. The accessible, sustainable, intelligent house welcomes you and invites you to get to know these solutions.
Hoy en día, las empresas
Nowadays, companies not only use CVs to assess professional experience and educational training of the candidates for a certain job, but they also assess other abilities, soft skills, for instance. Among them we have adaptation to change or emotional intelligence. The same happens when you want to access specialized training or professional training. According to LinkedIn, among the most relevant soft skills in 2021, we have responsibility within ethics, adaptability, and emotional intelligence. Personality traits that we chose to be assessed through the GOSA application, whose main goal is for people who disabled people to be able to be assessed on their soft skills in a fun, personalized, and sustainable environment. Thanks to AI, this is possible. AI is included through cognitive services of Microsoft. While we already have a system in puzzle form to invite the user to keep going till the end. You can access it through a web portal accessible by disabled people, being able to choose between easy reading, storytelling, or both. Walking with our character in 3 different experiences, we can judge personality, adaptability, and emotional stability. GOSA, a project of Fundación 11 with the support of Microsoft.
Conoce una nueva forma de obtener información.
Get to know a new way of obtaining information.
Gracias al sistema inteligente de
Thanks to the intelligent system of dialogue of Fundación 11, developed by Union, it is possible to obtain information of your surroundings whenever you want, and naturally throughout interaction with the PACA robot, personal accessible cognitive assistant. Good morning. Hello, welcome to the Contemporary Art Biennale in its 7th edition. PACA, what's it about? A huge quantity of creators have been selected. You can obtain information of topics related to accessibility. PACA, what do you know about accessibility? You can find different textures on the ground to indicate every work of art. You can also get information on the calendar or the topics on the Contemporary Art Museum. PACA, talk to us about the calendar. The Contemporary Art Expo has 16 different environments and works on 5 days of the week. This is why you have to interact by talking to the robot. PACA, can you increase your volume? Can you decrease the volume? Is this okay? PACA, you're beautiful. Thank you very much. You also don't look bad. Throughout interactions with the touchscreen as well. PACA, touchscreen. A great quantity of the selected creators. Bye-bye, PACA. I didn't know that a device or person like PACA could be so accessible. It could help disabled people so much. Her movements are very funny, very human. I think the idea is great. I think PACA is an innovative idea, very good idea. Yeah, she's very nice, with children as well. It is a way of receiving information that's very different. The information given is very interesting and useful, and very accessible. It's very nice. It could be very useful, especially for vision impairment.
El ascensor es el medio de transporte más utilizado en el mundo. También es el más seguro.
Lifts are the safest, most used means of transportation in the world. And now we have another challenge: universal accessibility. In this health crisis and to promote the inclusion of disabled people, Fundación Once, Nayar Systems, and the Spanish Federation of Lifts has signed an agreement to develop a virtual buttons to guarantee universal safety in lifts. It is a system that allows that any person use the lifts without having to physically push the buttons through a free app that we are developing for iOS as well as for Android. When we're near the lift, we can call it and interact with it thanks to Bluetooth technology. We just need to install some devices in the lift to connect. The system is compatible with all the brands of lifts in the market. So it is truly a universal product. On top of the end user, we wanted to take into account the lift technician. That's why it has a configuration platform that is both simple and intuitive. To develop the project, the Fundación Once perspective as well as the FIDA experience were very important. From Ilunion, Technology and Accessibility, with Nayar System and Fundación Once, we have worked the design of an app that is both easy, simple, and intuitive, and especially accessible. We can access it through voice commands, virtual assistants, and also with our cell phone or with predetermined settings that we have in our device. Accessible button pad, 4th floor, calling lift, 1st floor, please wait. The application is accessible. We have followed accessibility guidelines for phones, and it is an application that's easy to use for everyone. From the start of 2020, we have been working with Nayar System and Fundación Once. Currently, we have a very advanced solution. We want to start field tests on the next few months and launch the product on the 3rd trimester of 2021. It is an ambitious project. We count on the collaboration of the lift sector in Spain. This is why I enjoy this opportunity to invite the companies of the sector to join the initiative.
¿Te tomarías algo si no sabes lo que es?
Would you drink something if you don't know what it is? No, right? What if we're talking about medicine? They can't always be read as easily by everyone. Sometimes they can't be seen, and sometimes it's a challenge to read them. There is a mobile application to solve these problems, with which the users can know exactly which medicine they're taking, when, and how. It's quite practical, isn't it? The cell phone is better. It isn't just for calling and watching YouTube. It's also good for your medication. The app is called Medicamento Accesible Plus. It's free, and you can get relevant information on the drugs through your cell phone, thanks to the database of the Pharmaceutical General Board. And how should it work? Very simply, as it should. In every box, there is a barcode, or maybe a data matrix, a different kind of code. So you open the app that has been downloaded, and any 2 codes can work here. The app recognizes the drug and gives you all the information in the leaflet in a very accessible format. As we access the drugs through this datatic code whenever it exists, the expiration date will also be shown. We can also write the name of the drug and the code, and we can also increase the letters, and the user will know how to properly take the drugs. This app also includes a geolocator of the closest pharmacies or drugstores and has a database of your usual drugs so that you can directly check it. We can set it so that if it detects an incompatibility with the features that were preset, like gluten-free patients and other allergies, pregnancies, women that breastfeed, athletes, or patients that have difficulty swallowing drugs. It can also be, the settings can also be made to get information on mis medicinas. No ads, and with information checked by the pharmaceutical board. It is so nice to see how and when you need to take your drugs. A project of Fundación Vodafone España, Fundación 11, and the General Council on Pharmaceuticals. We hope that the videos have been interesting to you and that you can now see your ideas and works on a different outview. Before giving the word to Maribel, we would like to talk about a project of Fundación 11 related to tourism for all. This is the accessible tourism guideline. We believe that everything should be accessible, including technology. So in these tourism resources, it should also be possible. How do we make them accessible? How can an entrepreneur that has become aware do this? Whom should it be directed towards? Entrepreneurs should know that designs for all should be in their business plans and strategies, not only due to the responsibility that is implicit, because it's their business will be benefited for it because more market will want to buy their products. The developers of these products and services, entrepreneurs, want to boost a service. They expose their ideas to the designers, and they say that the result of their work must be accessible. If the designers have been trained in universal accessibility, there won't be any problems. Otherwise, what happens? The product can be wonderful, innovative, technological. That doesn't take into account that the user, myself, could be deaf or blind, or have difficulty moving my hands, or I don't understand the instructions because they're too complicated. Oh, I don't understand the language, so I can't use it. The product or service is useless to me. We can then say that for now, while training isn't universalized, is the moment in which Fundación 11 and other entities should start participating. In 2016, Fundación 11, thanks to the support of disability groups and the World Tourism Organization, the prerequisites and recommendation on the 1902 law started working. We have worked over 20 years on this to get a text where the necessary recommendations are showcased so that the entrepreneurs that are part of the value chain of tourism worldwide have the tools so that their products and services can be enjoyed and used by the population as a whole. If we're speaking about tourism, we all know that it's not about making places accessible. The global experience must be satisfactory. The tourism value chain shouldn't suffer imperfections on any link. That is, in the moment in which a tourist thinks about the traveling, goes to restaurants, museums, leisure, is in the hotel, finally gets back home. This means, for instance, that web pages in which they seek information must be accessible. Any of the establishment he or she visits needs people that are trained for disabled people. Anyone needs to walk through the different surroundings without a problem, and they must know where they're going. At the end of the day, these guidelines are an international standard and a voluntary standard. that contains recommendations on the best way of offering services and tourism to all. It's very important to know that it is built by a consensus among all the interest groups to find a balance between the needs of the tourists in terms of accessibility, state-of-the-art and viable solutions for the destination and tourism companies. How is the norm built? There are parts that are common to all. For instance, for service providers, all of the general norms are applicable. They have information, they train the professionals, and they all have a built environment that should be accessible. Then there's specific guidelines for every sector, such as public administration, which is in charge of the legislation and its respect. We also have urban and rural environments, services and activities that concern tourism, and of course, congresses, expos, and meetings, which is a very important kind of tourism. Steve,
and in the end, you have the tour operators and the travel agencies. And following the delays from the pandemic, the final document was approved and published at the beginning of this summer, but not only internationally, also in Spain. And this is a standard that is already applied. So we have professionals who are trained to deal with people with disabilities, accessibility to places, to transport, signposting, accessible information. So the objective of having a full experience for all tourists has been achieved. This will mean more tourism for all people as this standard becomes applied and will benefit people with disabilities, the elderly, families with small children, people with temporary disabilities, etc. Now, following the principles of universal design, everyone can enjoy and gain access on an equal footing to the different tourist attractions. And this whole set of directives and recommendations is at the service of tourist destinations to increase the number of people who can enjoy their sites, providing simple guidelines to make these places more accessible to everyone. And of course, on the 9th of December, there's going to be a webinar organized by the World Tourist Organization and the Spanish Standards Organization, and the ONCE Foundation, and they'll talk about the essence of the standard. Now, we're going to give the floor to Maribel, and she's going to talk about the evolution of tourism after the pandemic. Maribel came into the organization in 2004 and has developed a large network in the tourism sector, both in the public and private sector. She has more than 20 years of experience in management and development of the business at global level. Maribel, you have the floor. Good afternoon. My name is Maribel Rodriguez. I'm the Senior Vice President of the Tourist Organization, the WTTC, and I'm very happy to be at this International Congress for Diversity. Thank you very much to the ONCE Foundation for the invitation, and thank you for the presentation as well. Now, before I start talking about today's subject, let me talk about the WTTC. This is a world organization for tourism organization. More than 200 companies are in our group. We represent the whole world of tourism, really. So many different companies belong to our organization. Here's an example of our membership: American Express, tour operators, travel agencies. thanks to them all, and on speaking on their behalf, we're explaining the importance that the sector has for the world economy. Now, after the impact of the pandemic has been tremendous because we're the driving force of the economy before, more than 10% of world GDP. Now, after the pandemic, it fell to more than 50%. Now we're in a different stage. We're starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel. And there are still some countries, however, that are blocking their borders, and we'll talk about that. But the important thing is that the impact of COVID-19 in the world, and in this case in Europe, has been tremendous and has had a big impact on the economy. Our tourist sector is very important, and not only is tourism a driving force in the economy, it also creates employment and social well-being. So the different certain advantages are given to tourist organizations during the pandemic, and this is now tourism and the economy, and this has to be considered all in the macro, how it affects families, how it affects small businesses, the SMEs. A lot of employment has been lost, but all kinds of different redundancy plans have been put in place so that people can keep their jobs, but it has had a huge impact. Now, the impact on tourism has had economic consequences, but also social consequences. Now, tourism enriches the society more than any other industry. So the growth in tourism is 2.9% compared to 1.7% of the general economy, and 1 out of every 3 new jobs created, or every new job created in tourism creates an additional 3 jobs. So we can see how important it really is. Now, not just is this a whole ecosystem, but other industries depend on tourism as well, agriculture and construction. And 80% of the sector is formed by SMEs. So clearly, tourism fosters entrepreneurship and is one of the most diverse sectors and most inclusive sectors that includes all kinds of different people, because making sure that a person can travel from one point to another, and it gives employment to women, it generates employment for young people. More than 54% of the people employed in the tourist sector are women. More than 30% are young people. We know that tourism reduces poverty, it increases educational levels, it protects the wildlife and culture. During the pandemic, and people couldn't visit national parks. In Africa, those people were going hungry. So the impact that tourism has is tremendous. It creates diversity. And when somebody works in tourism, not only there's just a whole long line of employment types of employment that are connected to employment. There's a huge social impact of tourism. Now, in Europe, according to our studies, we saw that the recovery has been slow, given movement between different borders and the COVID passport and so forth. But there is now some movement. And expenditure in tourism has started to increase again in 2021, and increase up to 5.5 million, an increase of 15.7%. And now we're focused because we know right now that there's, with the new vaccination, it's very important to be vaccinated to be able to travel. In the case of Spain, things are different. The population is, a high percentage of people are vaccinated in Spain. That's good news. But the population in general is vaccinated. And this really has helped to put us in a better position in this case. It wasn't like that in the past, but Spain is well positioned right now. Now, let's talk a little bit about our organization. One, we try to implement international rules for tourism. We have to have simple regulations so that the vaccinated people can travel without any restrictions, regardless of where they are from. The country doesn't have any fault here. It's if the person is vaccinated. We have to continue to develop digital solutions and assure rapid, fast, and quick movement across borders. We have to recognize the international vaccines that are recognized by the WHO. And all of these different protocols will help with mobility. It's also very important to have equal access to all of these things. Now, what have we learned from the pandemic? Well, we have learned a series of things that are basic for the future of tourism. Government support is essential. The collaboration and associations are essential. Flexible systems are the most resilient. Those countries that have very quickly been able to adapt are the ones that have done the best to start to recover. To build trust with customers is an ongoing process, because travelers have seen a lot of movement and a lot of different things. If they don't see that things are secure, they're not going to go back to traveling. The impact of tourism on the economy is huge, and this is part of the government discussion now, so it's very important. So if we're implementing health and hygiene protocols, we have to adjust these to the new normal, and we need to adopt digital solutions at a global scale whenever possible. Our mobile application, for example, it has to be easy to use. I have to travel next weekend, for example, and we need to apply new systems. It's quite complicated now, but imagine all of those people that aren't used to traveling. Well, they have maybe have a little bit of distrust and a little bit be a little bit scared. Now, about innovation, the pandemic has been a catalyst for innovation and the digitalization of this sector. And many events are now online because distance business is not enough. However, no one is going to sign an agreement for $1 billion unless they meet face to face. So these hybrid models, the personal part is essential in our business. It's essential in tourism as well. So this is to democratize at Congress. People can might miss it for miss a meeting for a number of different reasons, or they don't have enough money for the trip. But this hybrid model allows those people to participate, even if they're not present in person. But we do trust that business trips will be necessary in the future. There's going to be new opportunities, new business models, Also, we're going to be able to create more inclusive tourism, and things are going to be more accessible. The interpreter apologizes. We've just lost the sound. There we go. The sound is back. Okay, the elderly example, for example, will be able to have to adapt to be able to travel. So it's not just a matter of accessibility or lack of accessibility, but innovation is vital for the population in general, because thanks to innovation, we'll be able to reach more places at a higher, an older age, and use this technology to facilitate the whole process. So technology will be a support service and not a replacement. And then sustainability is a real keyword during the whole pandemic. We know that we couldn't stay on the same path that we were on. The COP26 has pointed out that we need to treat our planet better. And so we have to be part of the change to be more sustainable. We've launched a game plan to look at with different verticals for sustainable growth, and even if we're working at different paces, it's not like an airline and a hotel. They're different beasts, but each one will implement actions to be able to make themselves more accessible. And as an organization, we'll be there to help them in any case. So 58% of the consumers think and want to improve the environment, and we are helping them to protect the environment. And this is still, but as I mentioned before, tourism continues to be a driving force in the economy and for employment, but it has to be good and positive for everyone, including the environment. Another very important point that we found over the last several months is what's going to happen with investment in the tourist sector. Well, we have some examples here that could be useful. What incentives do we need to have when we're a destination to attract investors? Well, you have to have a tax facilities. You have to have policies, travel policies. You have to be diverse. You have to be innovative and use digital technology. You have to have integration protocols for health and hygiene. So, like I said, innovation and digital technology. We have to integrate those hygiene and health protocols. And you need qualified workers who are to work in our sector. We have to create new market segments, physical infrastructure and connectivity, digital infrastructure. If we don't have this infrastructure, sometimes people can't come. And this digital infrastructure, we have to make us more accessible so that we can be reached easily. Medical tourism is also important as well. Proper hospitals and so forth. We have to make sure that people know about them. And also wellness tourism that everyone is familiar with. We don't always travel only for pleasure, but sometimes to feel better, to get a cure for something. Then business trips, as I talked about before, will continue to exist. That no one's going to do a big transaction without seeing their partner face to face. So we need sustainable tourism in terms of nature and wildlife. We have to take the welfare of animals into consideration as well. Having a park, for example, with animals who are well fed, thanks to tourism. To maintain parks in Africa, for example, we have the adventure tourism, cultural tourism. and niche tourism, which is more and more important. I'm sure you have many ideas in your mind because that's very important for independent tourists. Groups of tourists are smaller now. People travel more individually, and they want to have unique experiences now. With this information, I just want to talk a little bit about the future of travel and tourism. We have a sustainable agenda. We have to continue to maintain the protocols over the long term because we need to learn from the virus, from this pandemic. We're in an endemic situation, and tourism has to continue forward because 1 out of every 10 jobs is related to tourism. And if we don't learn to live with the virus, then we're going to lose this huge sector, the tourist sector, which benefits all of us at economic and employment level, but also socially. So thanks very much for having invited me, for giving my organization a voice here. And I hope to meet you in person at the next events. Thanks very, very much. Thank you very much, Maribel, for having participated and for fitting our Congress into your complicated schedule. It's impressive to see how the pandemic has taken us so far forward and how the travel and tourism sector has adapted to the new reality, without forgetting the pillars of sustainability, digitization, and of course, accessibility. And today's break, we'll see the last of the short films that we have prepared for the Congress. Its title is called Vuelco, the director Roberto Perez Toledo. It will show us how important good communication is to convey feelings. We hope that you enjoy these shorts. We'll see you at the end of the film.
Al ocio y a la cultura es algo fundamental para la inclusión de las personas con discapacidad. En este caso, la accesibilidad al cine. Que las personas sordas puedan seguir una película mediante subtítulos y que las personas ciegas dispongan de la audiodescripción son dos aspectos indispensables para garantizar la accesibilidad. En los cortometrajes que vamos a ver a lo largo del Congreso, todos y todas podremos disfrutar de ellos en igualdad de condiciones. La audiodescripción, que explica lo que pasa en las distintas escenas mientras los actores no hablan, se escuchará para todas las personas. Aunque en la vida real, esto solo se escucha por las personas que lo necesiten, a través de la aplicación Audex Mobile, aplicación accesible y gratuita que permite escuchar audiodescripciones de películas, series, documentales o cortometrajes, descargando estas en el móvil. La aplicación sincroniza la audiodescripción con la película. De este modo, solo el usuario lo escuchará. Esperamos que disfruten de la proyección. Todas las proyecciones contarán con subtítulos y audiodescripción en castellano.
Accessibility to leisure and culture is fundamental for the inclusion of people with disabilities. In this case, we are talking about accessibility to the cinema. That deaf people can follow a movie using subtitles and that blind people have audio descriptions are two essential aspects that guarantee accessibility. In the short films that we are going to see throughout the conference, all of us will be able to enjoy them on equal terms. The audio description, which explains what happens in the different scenes while the actors are not speaking, will be heard by everyone. In real life, this is normally only heard by people who require it throughout the Audex mobile app, an accessible and free application that allows us to listen to audio description of films, series, documentaries, or short films by downloading them on your mobile. The app synchronizes the audio description with the movie. In this way, only the user will hear it. We hope you enjoy the screening, with subtitles and audio description in Spanish.
Una producción de El Cielo Digital SL, Pedro Aloma PC y Naucet Santana PC, en coproducción con Televisión Canaria. Un cortometraje de Roberto Pérez Toledo.
Un chico en bici recorre una solitaria calle flanqueada por casitas bajas blancas. Es un adolescente con el pelo y los ojos negros, viste camiseta y pantalón corto y lleva gafas. Suelta varias veces el manillar y abre los brazos en cruz mientras se deja caer calle abajo. Mira serio al frente. Escuchamos sus pensamientos mientras él circula con los brazos en cruz.
Me ocurre desde hace tiempo. Mi garganta se seca.
Cierra los ojos.
Y me cuesta encontrar las palabras adecuadas. Casi tengo miedo de que me fallen las rodillas. De tropezar y caer.
Agarra el manillar y abre los ojos.
Mientras mi corazón da un vuelco.
La imagen funde a negro.
Vuelco.
El chico pedalea por una pequeña carretera entre campos segados de cereal. Se detiene y mira al frente. Una chica espera sentada en un poste kilométrico. Él la mira afligido. Ella es joven, de pelo negro rizado y ojos azules. Lleva un vestido rojo de tirantes, un pañuelo a la cabeza y aparato en los dientes. A su lado hay una bicicleta. Él se acerca a un cruce de carretera y se detiene junto a la señal de stop. Se apea de la bici y la deja a un lado. Mira al frente desde el cruce. Una vieja señal tiene dos indicadores de madera que señalan direcciones opuestas. Con el ceño fruncido y serio, el chico mira a la joven que lee un libro sentada de espaldas al cruce. Él se acerca sin ser visto. Escuchamos sus pensamientos.
Si quieres llamar la atención de una persona sorda para iniciar una conversación con ella, puedes utilizar los siguientes recursos.
La imagen funde a negro.
Primer recurso.
El joven está tras la chica. Escuchamos sus pensamientos.
Puedes rozar alguna zona de su brazo.
Le acaricia el brazo con su dedo índice.
Desde el codo hasta el hombro.
Ella gira levemente la cabeza. La imagen funde a negro.
Segundo recurso.
El joven está cabizbajo tras ella, que lee sin percatarse de su presencia. La mira y continúa pensando.
O chasquear los dedos cerca de sus ojos para captar su atención visual.
Los chasquea y ella gira. La imagen funde a negro.
Tercer recurso.
El chico está tras la joven. Piensa.
También, aunque es menos frecuente,
se acerca a su cuello y sopla.
Puede soplar.
Ella levanta la vista del libro y gira sonriente. La imagen funde a negro.
Recurso infalible.
Él está de pie tras ella. Piensa.
Yo, por mi parte, conozco una manera infalible.
Ella lee sentada de espaldas a él.
Me coloco detrás de ella y miro fijamente su nuca. Apenas durante 5 o como mucho 10 segundos.
La mira fijamente.
Y ella sabe que estoy aquí.
Ella se gira y lo saluda sonriente. Habla en lengua de signos.
Nunca falla.
Él la saluda también y sonríe. Ella se le acerca.
Nunca eres puntual, ¿eh?
La puntualidad no es lo mío.
Él desvía la mirada, piensa.
Y sobre todo, no olvides mirarla a los ojos, para que pueda leer tus labios.
A ella.
¿A qué hora os vais?
Dentro de 1 hora.
Te envidio. Al final lo has conseguido y vas a montar antes que yo en avión. Tú siempre ganas, desde que éramos pequeños.
No sé, estoy asustada y nerviosa. Ayer por la noche no pude dormir.
No estés asustada. Seguro que será genial. Y ya no volverás a acordarte de este pueblo perdido en medio de la nada.
Prométeme que seguirás escribiendo tu novela. No la abandones.
Sí, seguiré escribiendo. Pero últimamente solo se me ocurren historias ridículas con personajes patéticos. Es basura. Yo no tengo talento y nunca seré un buen escritor.
No, no seas tonto. Es tu sueño, tu vocación. Desde pequeño hasta ahora te ha encantado escribir. Yo sí creo que tienes talento.
No sé.
Desvía la mirada.
Puede que mis padres tengan razón. Ellos dicen que esa clase de sueños hace daño.
Ella lo mira con tristeza.
Además, ¿qué voy a hacer sin mi mayor seguidora?
Baja la cabeza y ella le sube el mentón.
Perdona. 2 años después y todavía sigo mirando al suelo cuando te hablo.
No pasa nada. Soy buena leyendo los labios.
Él piensa.
Hace años en el colegio alguien me contó un chiste de mal gusto y... a veces, sin querer, me viene a la cabeza cuando estoy con ella.
Ella continúa hablando.
¿Sabes por qué los sordomudos se masturban con la mano izquierda? Porque gimen con la derecha. Te he traído algo. Un regalo de despedida.
Yo no tengo ninguno para ti.
No te preocupes. En serio, no tenías que traerme nada.
Le da un colgante con un canguro de madera. Ella lo coge y sonríe.
¿Lo has hecho tú?
Sí, lo he hecho yo.
Ella se lo pone.
Es para que te acuerdes de mí en Australia.
Ella lo mira sonriente. Duda un momento, se acerca y lo abraza. Él permanece inmóvil con las manos metidas en los bolsillos. Ella cierra los ojos abrazada a él, que mira al frente afligido. Saca las manos de los bolsillos y la abraza también. Permanecen de pie, abrazados.
¿Alguna vez has sentido que quieres tanto a alguien
Ella le abraza con los ojos cerrados.
que es como si dejaras de existir?
Ella se separa y lo mira. Él interpreta sus signos.
Soy tu mejor amigo. Ya. Eso se lo dirás a todos. Incluso a esos australianos con pinta de canguro que conocerás pronto.
¿Qué dices? No digas tonterías. Te voy a echar de menos.
Él la mira serio. Ella observa su nuevo colgante y mira la hora.
No te preocupes. Si tienes que marcharte.
Sí. Porque mi madre está muy nerviosa. Como vea que no he hecho la maleta, me mata seguro.
Despídeme de tus padres, ¿vale?
Ella asiente y va hacia su bicicleta. Él la mira inmóvil. Ella camina hasta él empujando la bicicleta. Baja la pata de cabra de la bici.
Espera.
Ella lo mira.
¿Me has dicho algo?
Se miran fijamente.
No. No he dicho nada.
Cuando llegue, te escribo.
Yo también te escribiré.
Ella quita la pata de cabra y monta en la bicicleta. Ambos se miran con tristeza.
Adiós.
Él le dice adiós con la mano. Ella da la vuelta y se aleja. Él la mira inmóvil.
¡Espera!
Ella se detiene. Él mira su nuca fijamente mientras ella permanece con la mirada al frente. Él continúa mirándola con tristeza. gira la cabeza y lo mira.
Adiós.
Él levanta lentamente la mano y se despide de ella. Ella mira al frente. Él está abatido. La joven se aleja pedaleando. Él permanece inmóvil. La mira hasta que ella desaparece tras un cambio de rasante. El chico vuelve hacia su bicicleta. Se detiene en el centro del cruce y mira la carretera por la que ella se fue. La imagen funde a negro.
Nacho Aldeguer. Paloma Soroa. Guión y dirección de Roberto Pérez Toledo. Producción ejecutiva de Ana Sánchez Gijón y Roberto Pérez Toledo. Fotografía de Juan A. Castaño, AEC. Música original de Alejandro Ventura. Guión audiodescriptivo sonorizado en Aristia Producciones.
Continuamos con el programa del Congreso.
We continue with the Congress.
Asociación Internacional de Profesionales de la Accesibilidad, su implicación preparando y organizando la siguiente mesa redonda.
We have prepared the following roundtable called Relevance of Accessibility in Cultural and Event Facilities. We have Lourdes Arreola, coordinator in AEAP. This program is an international certification that acknowledges the professional know-how in accessibility. Lourdes is advisor for a national program on inclusion, and she has also worked as a speaker in terms of accessibility, inclusion, and diversity in several forums, both international and international. She also belonged to the Mexican Committee to develop the TIC standard, among others. Lourdes, welcome. Thank you so much for being with us here. The screen is yours.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Un gusto estar con todos ustedes. Muchas gracias por esta invitación.
You today.
De la Fundación 11.
Thank you so much for being here in the name of ONCE in English, since this roundtable is international. With other participants, thank you for your participation.
To ONCE Foundation for opening this space to talk about the relevance of accessibility for recreational and cultural buildings.
Thank you very much.
The International Association of Accessibility Professionals is a non-for-profit membership-based organization for individuals and organizations that are focused on accessibility.
In English, since this roundtable is
or are in the process of building their accessibility skills and strategies.
Thank you for your participation.
The objective is to help accessibility professionals develop and advance their careers and to support organizations integrate accessibility into their services, products, and infrastructure. This is a certification that aims to be open for professionals and also for persons with disabilities who need recognition. Today, we would like to talk with you about the relevance of accessibility for recreational and cultural buildings.
Is to help accessibility professionals develop and advance their career.
We are happy to have today with us some members from our organization that we will talk to us about this topic. We have Colette Fransolet from South Africa. Colette works as Universal Access Consultant based in Cape Town with a master's degree in industrial design and a specialization in universal design. Since 2015, Colette has been the South African representative for Smart Cities for All, a global initiative by G3ICT, and she is also an IAAP accredited level 3 expert, certified professional in accessibility built environments. She serves as a board member for Global Universal Design Commissions, a non-for-profit corporation which was established to develop global universal design standards for building, products, and services. We have also on this table Mr. Joseph Kwan. Dr. Joseph Kwan is an architect and an accessibility consultant, founder and managing director of UDA Consultants, Universal Design and Accessibility Consultants in Hong Kong since 2005. He has 45 years of experience in international architectural practice, having worked in Australia, United Kingdom, France, and now over 30 years in Hong Kong. He has been the director of a Hong Kong NGO specializing in accessible built environments and transportation for 18 years. He's also a member of the board of IAAP for built environment. And we have also with us Subhash Chandra Bashits. He is from India. Subhash is an accessibility, universal design and diversity inclusion specialist and a lawyer focusing on disability rights. He's also a blogger with an interest in inclusive mobility, transportation, inclusive sanitation, walkability, smart cities, and livable habitats. As an advocate, Subhash litigates in the High Court of Delhi and Supreme Court of India. He's co-founder and director of Center for Accessibility in Built Environment Foundation, open and based in New Delhi, India. Subhash is also a member of the Built Environment Task Force with IAAP. So I would like to thank all of you for being today here to talk about this important topic, which is the accessibility of recreational and cultural buildings, because everyone has the right to travel, to visit museums, to go to a concert. Nevertheless, do we have the accessibility required for that? So Colette, please, the microphone goes to you.
Thank you so much, Lourdes. Thank you for having us here. It's an honor to start off the discussion with some colleagues that I know very well from some work in the built environment. And so I think for me, if we consider the basis of equality legislation, so not only in South Africa, but internationally, the emphasis on accessibility is in terms of movement, education, economic activities, political contribution and representation, safety and health, as well as social and cultural activities. So that essentially speaks to the pertinence of accessibility to both recreational and cultural buildings to contribute to a holistic life. And so in South Africa, we have a rich cultural history, which is marred by previous regimes of segregation. Whilst everybody's working really hard to uphold democracy in a currently unstable economic climate, it puts great focus on the ability of all people, local and international, to be able to not only access, but also to enjoy our cultural buildings, to learn about the complexities in which we live. And so our cultural sites, like those around the world, are of historical value. And so additional permissions and restrictions apply when accessibility has to be achieved. We have found through our work that there's only one real major barrier to creating accessible heritage sites, and that by and large is the attitude of the people involved in the project. So facades can be retained, aesthetic values can remain intact, but if the people on the project are not wanting to see the facility be made accessible, universal access is greatly compromised. So essentially, where there's a will, there we will find a way. And so once attitudinal barriers are overcome, and these buildings then require careful thoughts and planning to preserve the building in its most authentic form, but also to enable access for people who, in our context, buildings were previously designed to discriminate against and exclude. So in some cases, universal access is able to be achieved through the main entrance, for example. Mostly due to conflicting requirements, accessibility is often rerouted to the second entrance. Internal to the buildings, aspects that often lead to inaccessibility are things like lighting, signage, ablution facilities is a big one, and the ability to travel vertically if that's required in the building. These are often the more costly aspects to retrofit at cultural sites, and often where most compromises need to be made. Universal accessibility shall, however, never compromise on the safety of people who it is imperative to serve. And so fire and life safety is a top priority for all people. So where costs are significant, universal design access plans are drawn up, and these eventually result in universal access through a series of reasonable accommodation measures and steps. These can then be budgeted for over time and implemented gradually until all of the aspects are implemented. And it's essential then to maintain a clear, honest and detailed open means of communication with the people who we designed the buildings for. So this means that achieving universal access highlights the importance of staff sensitization in terms of disability awareness raising and training in accessibility, because they're the main point of contact for the people going through the facilities. I think another point I wanted to raise was accessibility to cultural buildings is, however, not only restricted in my context to physical access. Technology can play a massive role in the broader accessibility to these buildings. So having things like off-site digital walkthroughs, videos, tactile maps, 3D models, all go beyond the ability to have to be present in a building to actually experience what that is like. And so we've not applied the virtual reality concepts yet in our country, but given the pressures we've had on the digital space within the last 2 years within COVID, this is bound to be something that we're going to see much more of very soon. So I think my last point before I give over to Joseph to do his piece is that speaking to accessibility, I need to mention the ability to access facilities. So in a country where there are great economic divides like ours, accessibility and the ability to access something are two different aspects. And so low-income populations, due to various reasons, such as travel costs, travel distances, access to knowledge and information, these people are largely not able to access cultural and recreational areas. So this is largely a fault of our previous regimes where people had been divided because of social status and racial segregation. And so having accessible buildings and experiences does not necessarily lead to people being able to access it. And so when we speak to accessibility of recreational and cultural buildings, both forms of access need to be considered. Yeah, so I'm happy to leave that there. Can I hand over to Joseph?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Colette. You had made a very important point, right, about both accessibility, right? Like being able to pay, to go there, to have transportation, right? And also, of course, to enter to the buildings, which is one of the topics we are covering today. So thank you so much. So Joseph, please, the micro goes to you.
Okay, thank you. Colette has actually covered a lot of ground. She's raised a number of very interesting topics. I think we spent hours just to talk about the things that she raised. But if I may just focus on a few things for the moment. First of all, I mean, it's human rights, right? To have access to these recreational cultural facilities. I mean, just quick referral to the United Nations Convention on Rights of Persons with Disabilities. Article number 9 says accessibility, that we must provide equal access to the physical environment. And then Article 31 basically states that we must provide participation for everybody in cultural, recreational, leisure, and sports facilities as a basic human right. So basically, these are the very high level aspirations, if you like, or guidance that we need to adhere to globally, internationally. So there's no doubt about that. Equality in human rights is very important where we're coming from. In terms of who we're designing for, I think Colette also mentioned, we're designing for a cross-section of people, which are all different, yet we, like they say, it's diverse, yet we must include everybody. And of course, that includes people in wheelchairs, people with mobility difficulties, people with hearing impairment, people with vision impairment, and people with intellectual impairment or cognitive impairment. Of course, these are different considerations. As a designer, as an architect, we must consider into how do we translate those qualities into the built environment. What we said, with recreational or cultural, which in effect are quite different. Recreational, I think, is probably, you could say it's playground, it could be sporting, it could be leisure activities. Cultural, to me, is more like museums, art galleries, and quite different, yet much the same. We need to provide access for them. And I think Colette alluded to the fact that we can use ICT or alternative formats into making it accessible, even though some things, if we talk about the third level, the heritage buildings, which may or may not be able to touch too much the built environment, we may have to provide some alternative sort of accessibility, if you like, rather than actual physical access getting into place. So there's this, it's a matrix we're talking about that we need to really consider. And the other side of things, the actors in this, the stakeholders in this equation, are the building providers. These are probably the public as well as private building providers, which could be government or NGOs providing recreational facilities or museums or sports stadiums, etc. So, and once again, all these actors, we must think of right at the beginning that the important thing is provide equal access to these facilities, including all those people I just mentioned. And I think Colette alluded to the fact that maybe universal accessibility is a method we can achieve some of these goals. And from the professional side, I think we really need to probably train and sensitize our planners, our architects, our interior designers, people who are involved in the procurement or building of the built environment, that the way to do that is if universal access, universal design is a concept we should adopt, then we must do that and ensure that by adopting these various concepts, we can make sure the motto is to leave no one behind. And I think that's what we're trying to do. And we talk about inclusion, we talk about diversity, yet bottom line is leave no one behind in the total environment. I think I will stop on that as well. Thank you, Lou.
Thank you so much, Joseph. You also have made great points. Thank you for that. As you mentioned, I think one of the points you just mentioned about procurement on the built environment, right? Usually we focus on architects, we focus on engineers, but we do forget procurement, right, for the built environment. And those persons who are today taking care of the built environment needs to also be aware of accessibility. That's why, as you mentioned, we have like a basic level on how to understand this and at AWP, and there is many around the world for people just to understand the basics. So for who we are buying or building this recreational space, right? So thank you so much. And now, Subhash, the micro goes to you, please.
Thank you so much for giving this opportunity. I come from India, and in India has a huge, very rich cultural context. We have more than 32 UNESCO recognized World Heritage Sites. And you know, when all these sites were created, they were created in a time when perhaps accessibility was not even thought of. And whenever you created heritage, you would create it on a top of a mountain, or you will build it in such an environment. So you can't really blame the planners of those time or designers of those time, because that was a thought process. Over the years, yes, the thought process has evolved that yes, everybody has a right to access, and human rights regime has played a major role. We have today, most of the countries have signed UN Convention, and their laws are mandating accessibility to all the public monuments and sites. So like anybody else, persons with disabilities also have equal rights to access the cultural heritage. And the importance is, in the past, access to cultural heritage and the tourism was mostly considered as a luxury, given the, again, huge divide like Africa and India too, we have huge divide. And it's almost like a luxury. But thanks to these efforts and thanks to larger awareness that people feel, no, it's not no more a luxury. It actually adds to the value of life. So the richness in life is through, and also given the situation around the world, there's a lot of stress. Tourism is a huge stress buster. You come out of your, and it leads to a good mental health. So I think the world is realizing that access to heritage has not just educational or these values, but also health benefits, mental health benefits. And of course, right regime is absolutely there. In India, we had this experience of working with these UNESCO World Heritage Sites, which were with the Archaeological Survey of India. But the learnings from these were, so most of these sites, as I said, were built with multiple plinth levels, and we had everywhere stepped access. And there was a very strong resistance by the conservation professionals, because they felt, no, these are a very old heritage and need to be really conserved. And in the process of conserving, most of the time they forget that they also need to be opened up for people to appreciate that this heritage. And we had a long discussions and arguments over it, where it's not, in justifying that it is not conservation versus accessibility, but conservation along with accessibility. And of course, there was earlier little vague policies about which will take precedence, the accessibility or conservation. So that fight has now almost come to an end, where people realize that accessibility is now a mandate, thanks to the disability legislations in most of the countries. Also in India, that we have a very firm policy framework in support of accessibility. the only challenge that remains is that we need to strike a balance between the strict conservation norms and the need of accessibility. Another challenge that we keep observing everywhere is access is usually focused on wheelchair users, people with physical disabilities. Other disabilities usually are left out, and that is something that perhaps is the objective in the coming time. Another issue is the sensitization of officials who are implementing these changes and involvement of persons with disabilities, right people with expertise, for example, people who have certification in accessibility, so that they can really appreciate accessibility as a wholesome solution rather than one ad hoc solution. So that is something perhaps we should be looking at in intervention as we evolve into a regime where people with disabilities also take a major space. So I think I'll just stop here. Maybe I'll talk in the intervention period of my learnings as well.
Thank you so much, Subhash. You all have made great points. And what you are mentioning about legislation and that legislators needs to understand that conservation goes hand to hand with accessibility is also, I think, a key point, right? It doesn't mean that because you have an heritage building, you cannot build accessibility around it, right? And allow everyone, because as you all mentioned, accessibility is a benefit for all of us around the world, right? We all will become older one day, and we will probably be thankful for having elevators or having easy access to some places that we now like to go, right? So this is a benefit for all, and no one needs to be left behind, as you also mentioned. So now I have a questions for you, and I would like each of you to answer, please, to this question. So the first question is, what are your top first steps, 2 or 3, that you should set to consider when trying to build accessibility within an historical, cultural, recreational building? So Colette, could you share with us your...
Thanks, Lewis. Yeah, I think there were so many things that both Joseph and Subhash had mentioned that just kind of kickstart these conversations. But I think to get back to your question, I think firstly for me is to consider the entire journey map of users. I think people, it's probably one of the misunderstandings about the concept of universal access is that it looks at the picture as a whole. It's not, yes, we built environment specialists, but we assess the whole system. So it goes through the whole chain. And I think that that's the difference between somebody who has a certification and experience and credibility in the industry, because we're able to look at it holistically. So not necessarily from an experience point of view. So that's where the stakeholders come in, like Subhash had mentioned earlier. But so it's about being able to look at everything objectively, every step of the way, and consider all the different requirements based on the users that Joseph had mentioned earlier. Like, we're designing for a range of people. So that would be my first thing, is the entire journey map. So from where somebody accesses information, how do they buy tickets if they should, knowing about transport and how to get there, orientation at the site. Then you're looking at access and movement through the facility, and then all the way back to their starting point. And this also includes the ability to give feedback. So we might not be able to advise on making online systems accessible, but we definitely can identify where they're inaccessible. And then I would say the second step would be then to prioritize changes based on constraints. So based on budget, based on timeframes, based on the facility's capacity. So I would start there. Those would be my 2 things.
Thank you so much, Colette. Joseph, please.
Thank you. I think that, yes, following on to what Colette has mentioned, the travel chain you mentioned is very important. You know, we say we do a travel chain analysis, or things should be seamless, you know, whether it's from environment to transportation to environment and whatever it is, that journey, as you mentioned. I think we all believe that it should be totally seamless and accessible for everybody, you know. And to me, it's once I like to say that it's the first step, is probably inclusion of all groups I just mentioned. You know, we're designed not just one specific group. Subhash mentioned we're focusing a lot of wheelchair users at the moment. That's why we started, because they most likely have the largest difficulties, because they require certain spaces for maneuverability, and they were the ones who got the highest, the loudest voices, and they were the ones we focus on first. But once again, we need to design something which a visually impaired person can do, a blind person, low vision person can appreciate a museum, an art gallery, that sort of thing. That's where the alternative format comes into play, and how once we identify those various issues, how do we translate those into really accessible features? All right, there's certain needs, translate the needs, those human aspects of that into the physical accessible features, you know, whatever the hardware that is, in other words. And then once again, it was going to be a heritage type buildings where we're talking about your UNESCO sites in India. You know, I do believe that we really should have professionals involved where they could be sensitive, you know, to the heritage aspects, and not just throwing a ramp because you need access. I think there are many, many ways of designing something quite nicely and without doing something, you know, for the sake of something. And I think you can do very nicely integrate that, whatever it is, into a historical building with all that in mind. And finally, as a quick one, we really should be engaging in consultation with various user groups. You know, it's not professional, it's top down, so we know best. Not even access consultants know best. We need to consult with the stakeholders, which includes the group we're talking about, as well as all the professionals, the two ends, or many facets. We must engage the users with the professionals, and very important that we have, if it's going to be heritage buildings, there's someone really specialized in heritage accessibility. There are very, very few architects and access consultants really specialize in heritage. And I think we need to develop that more skill sets in order to help us into doing something which is sensitive, usable, and user-friendly, and acceptable, aesthetically acceptable for everybody. I think that's my conclusion on that one at the moment. Thank you.
Thanks, Joseph. Now, Subhash, if you could share with us also your 2-3 tips for the audience about how to get into these kind of projects.
Yeah, definitely. I think Colette has wonderfully summarized, and so has Joseph, that we are again focusing on trip chain. So access to culture is not just buildings. It's a whole process. As I said, the process is mobility from the home, whether the person is able to come out using a white cane or using a battery operated wheelchair or some other equipment or manual assistance, human assistance, and then use all the transport means, right, from air to taxi and to last mile. Then you reach at that particular place, and that particular place, there are so many agencies. The major issue that we keep facing is the multiple agencies involved in the whole trip chain. And if they don't interact and they are not sensitized, they don't understand the objective, then probably everything fails. Even when the user are talking, because users, stakeholders, they talk from the perspective that they need this. Whereas to provide that, there are so many agencies. So for my step would be at the national level or at a country level, we need an integration or synergy between different departments dealing with different services, in mobility or in the built environment or construction of road or construction of provisions or maybe construction of public toilets or amenities. So you need that synergy and sensitization and training among all the stakeholders. That's one. Second is, we have to be mindful of there are always conservation concerns. What we might think is making it accessible might damage the character of heritage site, because I'm talking from my experience in the country where we are dealing with UNESCO World Heritage Sites, where we don't even put a nail, we don't even put a nail into the building because of the conservation efforts. There are so strong laws. I'm sure across the world they should be very similar. And the suggestions, we have found if the right people are not involved, the suggestions that come for improving access actually alter the entire character and spoil the aesthetics. So that's why the importance of right people involved, trained people involved, certified people involved in making these suggestions. Of course, we are not saying persons with disabilities are not, their roles are not very important, but it would be great if persons with disabilities also get certified and learn, have a wholesome view, and can provide these facilities. Their inputs are definitely welcome, but we also need the importance of trained and certified people who can look at the wholesome view and provide solutions that are sustainable, that are acceptable, and there are no questions raised which keep the character of the built environment safe. I think I would stop at these two major points. These are steps for me.
Thanks a lot, Subhash. Yeah, you're right. I mean, we all know and we all have been in this inclusion and accessibility path for many years now. And as an organization like ONCE and the organization as the IAAP, we have been looking to spread the education around accessibility, right, through the world. And this is something that is important. We need to professionalize that education, right, to ensure that someone who knows about exactly how to look at this project, and it's not that it's difficult, it's just you need time to understand all different types of disabilities, right? What could require the person or not. That's why we need both, right? Person with or without disabilities on this to solve and to get to have a world more accessible, right? Where everyone can have a seat to look at the theater emission, right, for example. So my next question would be, I would like to ask you to provide us with an example of good practice in ensuring equal participations of persons with disability in recreational and cultural spaces in your country or any other place in the world, because I know all of you have been all around the world. So please provide us with a good example. And now let's say that they're the other way. So Subhash, could you start, please?
Definitely. See, for me, I can definitely cite from my experiences of the World Heritage Site of Qutub Minar, where I remember having started in 2007-8 when we first initiated the discussions. 2006, yeah, we started discussing, and the best thing was, that time it took a lot of time in cajoling people in sort of counting the benefits of accessibility and how it will impact the overall revenue of the sites, how international tourists will be. Because eventually, that's an argument that you will always raise, that it will lead to more footfall of international tourists. Any tourism agencies will actually sit up and take note, okay, how we can increase more footfalls, how we can increase revenue generation, how we can have more local community participating and benefiting economically from that access improvement. So that's one of the methods that we used in India, so that local community got involved, persons with disabilities got involved into not just analyzing, but also, for example, there is some small canteen or some small stall needs to be put up. Can we give preference to NGOs or persons with disabilities? So they get a livelihood opportunity, and they also are able to showcase their own skills. So it's serving two purposes. One is there is a larger awareness in the community that people have skills, and they can be on their own. They don't need to be always on the government's arms or government funding. And so this is one. Other is that people can also be involved in user testing. So right from the planning stage and to during the implementation and also post-implementation, so that the accessibility is, as we say, it's not a one-time affair. It's a continuous process. So accessibility has to be maintained throughout the life of the product or life of the property. So the role of users definitely comes in there. And these good experiences that we have in India, where we involved persons with disabilities and for conducting access audits as a part of access auditors group as stakeholders, where they're going with their own and explaining their experiences and how it could be done, what are their needs. So this really helps in taking a wholesome view and also sensitizes people, because we always ensure, so whenever we have these kind of audits, the conservationists or people from this Archaeological Survey of India or other officials from the tourism sector are a part of the team. They're also taking a study visit together. So this really, I mean, these are some good practices that I can share from my experiences.
Thanks, Harsh. Joseph, could you share with us a good practice, please?
Thank you. Yeah, I think I'd probably like to share a couple of examples, which I'm actually working on at the moment. It's a fairly large sporting complex, involves about 3 different stadiums. And we realized that because it's such a huge infrastructure project, that I think, first of all, we need to have the political will. It's very important, political will to take things on. If we lack that, it's very, very hard to push from any angle. So I think we need to convince, as Subhash mentioned, that we need the people at the top to be involved, political will to do things. And then we involve various stakeholders. Of course, the one you mentioned is participation of people with disabilities. And this particular project, during the design stage, we certainly engage with a number of the NGOs at various levels into engagements in asking them what their views and opinions were of those particular features or the facilities provided. And from then, we take it up to the next level, where we look at that type of building from 2 points of views. One is what we call a general admission, from people coming in from, if you like, front of house or something like that. Another way to look at it is people coming in, how would they use that particular building or the stadium with the various abilities or disabilities. And then the other side of that, the people actually will be using it are most likely this area are the sports person. You know, as a sports person with disability, how is he or she will come into that stadium and use the back of house, like a showering and changing rooms, etc., before they get in the field. And where we have a multi-function complex where that particular venue becomes a place for entertainment for shows and things. So once again, those performers need to be able to access the stage, for instance, and not just the field. So, and we engage them, different people at different times, in order to ask them for the views and comments on the designs, and where the designers, architects have perhaps forgot about that, or they need to be reminded to do more on these things. So I think the various levels we can work on depending on type of buildings, and I think it's a complex issue where it is very much as a matrix of interfaces, interventions, and basically the more formal one is to set up committees, more formal committees to look at and monitor and review various stages of the construction of these projects in order to have the best input and best facilities built at the end. So, thank you.
Thanks, Joseph. Please, Colette, go ahead and share with us your experience on this, please.
Sure. Thank you, Lourdes. I think if people didn't know any better, they'd say that all 3 of us work together. Or in fact, we're like polar opposite sides of the planet. But I think it just is a testament to the quality of work that comes out from a certain level of certification and accreditation. Because, so Subhas had mentioned the importance of sensitization from working with people with disabilities. So that is one very important aspect of working with stakeholder groups, is that it brings the reality of people who are differently able to the face of people who are working on the project. Because we often hear, why should I be making my sidewalks accessible? I never see anyone in a wheelchair on my sidewalk. I've never seen anyone in a wheelchair use my bus service. I've never seen someone who's blind try and cross the road. So it's like, they're not there because it's inaccessible. It's not, you know, it's not the other way around. So build it and they will come, essentially. But I think people always want to see the proof that people are differently abled. And so those stakeholder groupings are a real benefit to that. So from my side, there's a difference between accessibility compliance and user experience, and neither can effectively contribute to equality without the other. So good practices in South Africa would include, like others had mentioned, stakeholder groupings, which represent what we refer to as universal access beneficiaries. So it's much broader than just people with disabilities. I like the groups of informants to consist of representatives from organizations of and for people with disabilities, but also to include stakeholders such as people from the local schools, universities, homes of the elderly, clinics, anything else within that area that can contribute their experience to the larger group. And it's important that the stakeholder grouping consists of diverse users, because users' experience is personal. And although people can have empathy for people who are differently able to them, individual experience is what makes for a rich discussion. So we can go, yeah, I understand, you know, from somebody who's blind, I can probably understand that. But until you meet someone and see how they navigate through the site, how they experience your service or your product, it doesn't really sink in the way it does when you meet it face to face. So in reality, Joseph had mentioned the topic on political will. And I also wanted to touch on that. It was one of the best practices here. So what we're doing is we've used an avenue to get into local government through transport. So there's a national funded program to make transport accessible, but we kind of boxed within our space. We can only work in transport. But so what we've done is we've created a working group which consists of local authority members. So everyone from different departments comes to these meetings every 2 months. We have them, and we discuss concepts of universal access openly so that there's no barrier to entry. They can bring their concerns there, we discuss it. And through transport, we've now been able to infiltrate various departments within the government where previously they would have blocked us off because it's not something that they find attractive or interesting, irrespective of human rights laws and legislation. So it's about getting that buy-in and an understanding and helping people to not be afraid to speak about what it means to design for people with disabilities, and also the concept of universal access.
Thanks, Colette. I am learning so much from you. It's really thankful again for being here today. I have a couple of more questions from the audience. One is for Joseph or Anne or Subhash. We would like to listen from you. What do you think about the confrontation between architectural heritage and accessibility? So please raise your hand, the one who would like to answer these questions about the confrontation between architectural and accessibility, right? The architectural heritage and accessibility.
Confrontational, very quickly. Confrontation, that's an interesting one. Confrontation, yes, they invariably can have confrontations when the two sides don't see the common goal, I think. It's not necessary to become, you know, to be on opposite. Architecture heritage, accessibility can fit in quite well. I think the crux of the matter is both sides are not seeing the commonality. I think finding that middle ground, it's where it works. You know, accessibility can look great in a heritage building, provided it's done sensitively and work with the right professional groups and right people, consulting with the user groups. You know, this is what you want, and rather than going the other way of saying I want to do something, a beautiful museum, or you can't touch this because it's heritage and things. I think there's a middle ground that we can choose in order that can compromise and still get the best solution. Very quick answer for that one. Subhash, you have additions to that?
Yeah, thanks. I think you did cover that, and I also did cover initially that we started our work, we had huge confrontations because they would say, "What do you know about conservation?" And to which we would say, "Yes, we don't know, but we know about accessibility. We know why it's so important." And finally, they had to understand that yes, without accessibility, conservations are only something which is in isolation. It doesn't help if people can't visit it, and that accessibility can be done aesthetically and without disturbing the heritage or the character of heritage. That can absolutely be done. So it has not to be, in a nutshell, it shouldn't be accessibility versus conservation, but accessibility and conservation together serving a common goal.
If I might just quickly mention that the importance of providing like sensitivity is important, whether it's the quality of the experience. I mean, doing a ramp can be quite intrusive and can be look out of place, but if you do it nicely, it can be blend into the system, and you're just walking through or traveling through without actually thinking you're on a ramp or just overcoming the level differences. So I've seen good examples. I've seen a lot of bad examples. So that's where we, maybe professionals, we need to be more sensitive. And even as access consultants, what is good design and what is not so good design, I think. Thank you.
I can just jump in, if I just want to just jump in here to share my good experiences. The accessibility efforts that we conducted here in India, the Archaeological Survey of India was so thankful, and for one very reason. They said the ramps that we created for accessibility have helped us in conservation, because now most of the people are following the access routes through the ramps rather than going and scribbling on the walls and doing all those nonsense, students doing nonsense. So people have become more disciplined. People are following the access route because now there is something to see. And this is really helping in conservation. Accessibility is helping conservation was, one comment that came from the Archaeological Survey of India. And we were amazed to listen to that. It really helped.
Great, thanks for that comment as well, because it is, I think, that way, right? That accessibility is helping everywhere. It's not a confrontation, right? I think accessibility is the best friend for everyone, but we need to understand why and from where to start, right? And this is something that is missing, of course, is education, right? And that's why we have been talking and promoting to get certification, because in that way you start learning more about this topic. And Colette, there is another question from the audience for you. If you could share with us, is it considered feasible to apply accessibility regulations in a country like yours?
Thanks, Lourdes. I think, so one of the things I wanted to touch on while I answer that question is this concept of standards and things that are developed for people who use wheelchairs. And I think our building regulations were developed in 1985, was the first draft we had. And they were only revised in 2010 for FIFA World Cup that came here. And so our building regulations are very outdated. And our 2011 version also was mainly based on people with physical disabilities. And so we're only revising them now. So our standards, even though we've been complying, have been less than desirable. But in terms of whether it's feasible, we had the privilege years and years ago of working as part of a stadium design. So one of the stadiums we're going to go up, they designed it without compliance with even our minimum building regulations. During the approval stages of the plans, the project manager was in a car accident and ended up being a wheelchair user. And then the project had to become accessible. So now the whole thing had gone through costing, through finance, through procurement, through everything already. So we had a chance to compare the feasibility of applying universal access to the same project before and after scenario. The cost difference was a 0.01% cost between having an inaccessible building and having an accessible building. And so the feasibility only becomes a problem when it's a retrofit. But it's the same with anything. If you're going to retrofit anything, it's not going to be beautiful. It's going to cost you more, whether you're retrofitting for accessibility or any other purpose. And I think that that's the biggest problem, is that people think, designing for UA and universal accessibility is costly and it's ugly, but that's because it's a retrofit and not because it's been designed that way from the beginning. So in order to eliminate cost implications and things that look like they belong only in a specific section in a hospital, we need to do it from the beginning. And it's not an afterthought, and it's with stakeholders, and it's with buy-in and sensitivity training. So everybody understands the reason why we're doing it. So once you have that, you can't justify any inaction to take accessibility seriously if people understand why. Even if costs are involved, it's a right, but if we did it from the beginning, the costs are not even a factor.
Thanks, Colette. That's also very important, right? To be aware that the cost for building since the beginning is almost the same, that retrofitting the building. And your intervention leads me to a last question, and I will leave any of you who would like to answer that. But what do you think about including accessibility at that elementary school? At what age should we should be starting to talk about accessibility? What do you think? At 5 years old, 7 years old?
Lovely, lovely. I think if I just quickly jump in and sort of sharing, there is no age. Right from the very childhood, in the nursery class, if the child is studying with his counterparts with disabilities, they learn to appreciate. So I think inclusion starts right there. You don't need the training. Mere putting children together, non-disabled and disabled, the sensitization automatically sets in. So in India, what we have done is a great thing is that sign language is introduced from the pre-primary level. So the moment the child is in the school, the child is learning sign language. So these are small interventions. By putting children together, there are a lot of this sensitization happens. You don't need to teach them very formal way. They learn how you provide inclusion efforts in the schools.
Thanks, Sukash. Joseph, Colette?
Colette first, maybe. Go ahead, Colette.
Thanks, Joseph. I think, based on exactly what Subash had said, I think, I don't know if it was like that in a lot of the other countries, but when I was in pre-primary school, if you wrote with your left hand, you were different. Everybody had to write with their right hand. And slowly those things had changed. And now it doesn't matter. Nobody questions whether you're left-handed or right-handed anymore. And I think it's exactly the same with sensitivity training in terms of people with disabilities. If children mingle from a young age, if there's no segregation between who's able to do certain things and who's not able, children stop thinking that other children are different. And they accept that from a very young age already. And we still see it now. There are young children who would stare at people who are blind or stare at people who use wheelchairs because they're not sensitized. And so it's not that they're afraid, it's that people are different and they've never seen that before. And that is a fundamental problem in society. If our people are not integrated and we're always going to see somebody else as being different, and then it becomes really difficult to achieve a holistic and inclusive society that's based on equality.
Very quickly, I think all that I agree with. I think one element is probably once again go back into the education system. I think I know it's not going to be easy, but we can mainstream education. I know there will always be maybe special schools, maybe really, but we can have that special school as an element of the mainstream school. Then children are much more sensitized or aware of other children who are different. Whatever ability or disability they have, and I think the education comes into very, very early on. You put the children together. And going back to the example, if within a family, the grandmother is using a walking stick or using a walking frame and a wheelchair, then that young person, that young child would see that's nothing different, nothing unusual. So that process has to come in. So maybe we need to spread them more. Maybe we need to bring, whether it's primary school or kindergartens, to make them more aware, expose them to the diversity of life. And maybe that's where it comes into, getting them sensitized and be more sensitive about other people who are maybe different, not stare and whatever, make fun of other children, etc. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Well, thanks all. Really has been really interesting, lots of topics. I need this discussion could go and go for hours, and I hope the audience will learn from this, because what we are looking here, we all, is to spread the word around accessibility, right? That accessibility is a benefit for all. So again, thanks to ONCE Foundation, we are really glad to be here. Gracias nuevamente por la invitación a la Fundación ONCE. Estamos muy contentos de haber estado hoy con ustedes.
Very happy to be here sharing this with all of you. So thanks very much. So thank you for everyone. So accessibility is an investment, not a cost, and everyone can, so that everyone can access these places. So it's important that all professionals that are involved with constructed architecture need to participate, so that no one is left behind. Now, to continue learning, we're going to show you some videos about tourism, accessibility, and technology. So stay tuned for those videos that are coming on now.
El diseño inteligente ocurre cuando se tiene en cuenta a todas las personas en su desarrollo. En los vídeos que pondremos hoy, vamos a poder ver cómo el seguir los principios del diseño universal en aspectos como el transporte o la deambulación por el interior de edificios hace posible su uso y disfrute por todas las personas. Además, veremos el proyecto del Banco de Productos de Apoyo, con el que se contribuye a la igualdad de oportunidades de las personas con discapacidad cuando son contratadas por una empresa. Intelligent design happens when everyone is considered in its development. In the videos that we offer today, we will be able to see how following the principles of universal design in aspects such as transport or exploring the inside buildings makes it possible for everyone to use and enjoy them. In addition, we will see the project of the Bank of Support Products, which contributes to equal opportunities for people with disabilities when they are hired by a company.
Fundación ONCE y Alstom han renovado el convenio de colaboración que ambas entidades mantienen desde 2019 y que tiene como objetivo la mejora de la movilidad y la calidad de vida de las personas con discapacidad.
Para mí, sobre todo, me ha permitido aprender a ver a las personas, no a sus discapacidades o sus necesidades, ¿no? A entender a la persona y qué necesita, ¿no? Trabajar con expertos como los de la Fundación ONCE te permite ver las cosas de otra manera, ¿no? Y diseñar los trenes mejor, más universales, ¿no? Adaptados para todos.
Para la Fundación ONCE yo creo que supone un hito importante, ¿no? El trabajar con una compañía, una multinacional como Alstom, con impacto a nivel mundial, y el conseguir mejorar a través de esta colaboración la accesibilidad supone para nosotros el haber alcanzado un gran reto, ¿no? Pero sobre todo lo que va a suponer va a ser una mejora de la calidad de vida de las personas con discapacidad, no solo a nivel de España, sino a nivel internacional, con lo cual a partir de ahora yo creo que ya empezamos a ser cada vez más ciudadanos de verdad, ¿no? Ciudadanos de plena inclusión, que podemos utilizar de forma completamente independiente un medio de transporte de una forma completamente normalizada. Ese es el verdadero logro para mí como persona con discapacidad y para la propia Fundación, el conseguir cumplir uno de sus objetivos.
El convenio permite llevar a cabo acciones e iniciativas tanto desde el punto de vista de la accesibilidad universal y el diseño para todos, como desde la vertiente de la gestión política de recursos humanos dentro de la compañía.
Para nosotros es muy importante esta colaboración, el trabajar con una de las principales empresas en el ámbito de transporte a nivel internacional es esencial por muchos motivos, ¿no? Por ayudar y aprender de ellos y ayudarles a considerar la accesibilidad desde el principio de sus diseños y no llevar a cabo adaptaciones posteriores, ¿no? Lo cual supone en muchos casos costes excesivos y costes adicionales y peores soluciones. Y sobre todo también colaborar con otras entidades que trabajan en el ámbito del transporte y que realmente están trabajando por mejorar las condiciones de sus infraestructuras, de sus sistemas de transporte, como por ejemplo Metro de Madrid o Metros de Ligeros de Madrid. En este sentido, para nosotros es esencial, como decía al principio, el poder colaborar con esta gran compañía de transporte para aprender y sobre todo para conseguir una sociedad para todas las personas.
Para Alstom, la colaboración con Fundación 11 y con Inserta Empleo nos ha permitido ser conocedores de diferentes técnicas y procesos y herramientas que permiten la incorporación de personas con discapacidad pues, en diferentes posiciones que en un primer momento pues, podíamos pensar que eran inaccesibles. Para nosotros como compañía es realmente importante ser una empresa inclusiva, que abarquemos todos los campos y que facilitemos la incorporación de todos los perfiles a nuestros puestos de trabajo.
El ascensor es el medio de transporte más utilizado en el mundo. También es el más seguro. A las necesidades derivadas de la actual situación sanitaria, el sector de la elevación se enfrenta a otro reto: la accesibilidad universal.
Ante la actual situación sanitaria y con el fin de promover la inclusión de las personas con discapacidad, la Fundación 11, Nayar System y la Federación Empresarial Española de Ascensores hemos firmado un convenio de colaboración para desarrollar una botonera virtual que garantice la seguridad y la accesibilidad universal en el entorno de la elevación.
Es un sistema que permite que cualquier usuario utilice el ascensor sin necesidad de pulsar físicamente los botones. A través de una aplicación móvil gratuita que estamos desarrollando tanto para iOS como para Android, cuando nos encontremos cerca del ascensor podremos llamarlo e interactuar con él gracias a la tecnología Bluetooth. El único requisito es instalar una serie de dispositivos en el ascensor que nos permitan conectarnos con él. El sistema es compatible con todas las marcas de ascensores del mercado, por lo que podemos decir que se trata de un producto universal.
Además del usuario final, hemos querido tener en cuenta al técnico ascensorista. Por ese motivo, la botonera virtual accesible contará con una plataforma de configuración sencilla e intuitiva. Para el desarrollo del proyecto, tanto la perspectiva de Fundación como la experiencia de FEDA ha sido de gran valor.
Desde Ilunion Tecnología y Accesibilidad, junto a Nayar System y Fundación 11, hemos trabajado en el diseño de una aplicación fácil, sencilla, intuitiva y sobre todo accesible. Podemos acceder a ella a través de voz, de los propios asistentes virtuales, y también pues, con el uso habitual de nuestro teléfono móvil con las configuraciones predeterminadas de accesibilidad que tenemos de nuestros dispositivos.
Botonera virtual accesible, piso 4, llamando al ascensor, piso 1, por favor, espere.
La aplicación es accesible, seguido las pautas de accesibilidad WCAG 2.1 para teléfonos móviles y se trata de una aplicación muy fácil de usar para todo el mundo.
Desde principios de 2020 estamos trabajando conjuntamente Nayar Systems con Fundación 11 y actualmente la solución está muy avanzada. Tenemos previsto empezar las pruebas de campo en los próximos 3 meses y hacer el lanzamiento del producto el tercer trimestre de 2021. Es un proyecto ambicioso y estamos contando con la colaboración del sector de la elevación en España. Es por eso que aprovecho también esta oportunidad para invitar a las empresas del sector y que formen parte de esta iniciativa.
Este proyecto es posible gracias al convenio entre Fundación 11 y el Real Patronato sobre Discapacidad, por la igualdad de oportunidades en el trabajo. La sociedad se está adaptando, pero aún hay camino por recorrer. No seas el último en hacerlo. Fundación 11 y el Real Patronato sobre Discapacidad ponen en marcha el primer banco de productos de apoyo para empresas, autónomos y pymes. ¿En qué consiste esta iniciativa? Ofrecemos asesoramiento sobre los productos de apoyo que puede requerir una persona con discapacidad para desempeñar su trabajo. Así contribuimos a la igualdad de oportunidades de las personas con discapacidad cuando son contratados por una empresa. Somos un banco, pero de productos, y estamos de tu lado. Te lo ponemos fácil. Proporcionamos esos productos sin coste para la entidad durante un tiempo limitado, para que entidades, trabajadores y trabajadoras se den la oportunidad de comprobar si quieren o no continuar su relación contractual.
La experiencia turística será completa cuando todas las personas puedan disfrutar de ella desde el momento en que la piensan y organizan hasta el momento en que regresan a sus casas. Para ello, no solo los alojamientos han de ser accesibles, sino también todas las actividades que se vayan a realizar. En esta serie de vídeos podremos ver cómo el Camino de Santiago puede ser disfrutado por todas las personas con discapacidad, cómo los empresarios de bares y restaurantes pueden hacer sus negocios accesibles y, por último, cómo la contratación de personas con discapacidad en el sector turístico es posible. The tourist experience will be complete when everyone can enjoy it, from the moment they think about it and organize it until the moment they return home. In this regard, not only the accommodation must be accessible, but also all the activities that are going to be enjoyed. In this series of videos, we will be able to see how the Way of St. James can be enjoyed by people with disabilities, how bar and restaurants entrepreneurs can make their businesses accessible, and finally, how hiring people with disabilities in the tourism sector is possible.
A las 18 horas en el punto de reunión. No habléis con Laura. Repito, no habléis con Laura. Mayday, Mayday.
No veas el Adolfo. Siempre anda con sus misterios y sus historias.
¿Os han seguido? ¿Habéis ido por caminos no habituales?
Madre mía, ¿qué daño ha hecho 007 a este país?
Yo he venido en helicóptero. Le he dejado en Cena Azul.
Muy graciosos, pero no hay tiempo que perder. El sábado es el cumpleaños de Laura y deberíamos darle un sorpresón.
¿Un bastón de diseño? ¿De Louis Simplon? Vale, vale.
Ya lo tengo, agarraos. Laura es una friki total del Camino de Santiago. Y no lo ha hecho. ¿Qué pasaría si le regalamos eso? Ir al Camino de Santiago.
Me gusta, buena idea.
Pues lo del bastón también estaba bien. Dani.
Vamos a su casa y se lo decimos ya. ¡Me encanta! Voy a llamar a Estela y se lo cuento.
¿A quién?
Happy birthday to you. ¡Hala! Ya estamos. Happy birthday to you. Hola, Laurita. ¿Cómo estás?
¡Ah! ¡Hola! ¡Qué sorpresa! ¿Queréis pasar?
Pasábamos por aquí, todo súper espontáneo. ¡Bastón!
A ver, decidme, que me dais más miedo que un sobre de Hacienda en el buzón.
Bueno, ¿por dónde empezar? ¿Pero decirlo ya?
Pronto hay una fecha muy especial.
Díselo. Mira, Laura, es tu cumple y hemos pensado que como te gusta tanto el Camino de Santiago, dijimos, hagamos con ella el Camino de Santiago. Yo les dije, mejor un bastón de Louis Simplon y ellos...
Hola, Siri, apunta una nota. Que Dani no esté nunca más cuando pensemos un regalo.
Haz la mochila que nos vamos a hacer el Camino de Santiago. Sé que preferías el bastón, pero mira, hija, este año a caminar como si no hubiese un mañana. ¿Cómo te quedas?
He anotado, Dani la ha cagado, ¿correcto?
Yes. Pues chicos, a ver cómo os lo digo. Como sabéis, soy ciega y cuando alquilé la casa ya venía decorada. Y nunca pensé que estuviese decorada temáticamente. Y nadie me dijo nada, la verdad. ¿Y qué iba a hacer yo en el Camino de Santiago?
¡Pues fliparlo! ¡Era broma! ¡Me encanta! ¡Es la ilusión de mi vida! ¡El Camino de Santiago, el Camino de Santiago! ¿Cuándo salimos? Hola, Siri, apunta una nota. No más sorpresas a Laura.
He anotado, Laura nos la ha colado, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Hola, Laura. Soy Estela. Me alegra que te haya gustado. Cuenta conmigo para ayudaros en lo que necesitéis. Te voy a recomendar unas aplicaciones con las que lo vas a flipar.
Gracias, Estela. ¡Qué nombre tan bonito!
Significa el camino de las estrellas.
Vale, vale. Se descarta el bastón, ¿no?
Chicos, para mí esto es un sueño. No sé si os he dado las gracias lo suficiente.
Yo creo que en el tren nos lo has dicho como 50 veces. No, 83 veces.
No, 84. La vez que se lo dijo al revisor cuenta.
Chicos, es que me hace mucha ilusión. Me he bajado todas las apps de apoyo. Y GN te ayuda a preparar el viaje. Que meter en la mochila, conocer la dificultad de la ruta, el tiempo que va a hacer. Y si necesitas paraguas, botas de nieve...
Friki, has memorizado la descripción.
Y Blind Explorer, que es de orientación por el camino rural mediante sonido 3D. Para que no me rompa la crisma con una piedra. Y Soundscape te orienta por las ciudades y pueblos por donde pasas. Ver dónde comer, comprar, también por sonido 3D.
Te falta lo que te dice cuando ir al baño.
¿La hay? Dime y me la bajo.
Yo me bajaría la app ahí mis pies. Me arde como si hubiesen hecho una fogata en mis talones.
Espera, llamamos a Estela, que se sabe todo el camino y que nos diga dónde está la farmacia más cercana.
Adolfo, no la molestes, lo tengo todo aquí.
Hola, Estela. Aquí el blandito de Tony tiene rozaduras.
Hola, chicos. ¿Qué tal el Camino de Santiago?
¡Camino de Santiago! ¡Bien!
Seguro que Laura ya lo está chequeando, pero yo usaría Soundscape para encontrar una farmacia.
Ajá. Calle de la Rozadura, farmacia La Ampolla. ¿No tiene pérdida?
Oye, Estela, ¿y algún sitio para cenar?
En Soundscape tenéis de todo adaptado a todos.
¡Lo tengo! ¡Calle que hambre! ¡Restaurante ñam ñam! ¡A cenar!
Segundo día. ¿Qué tal tus pies, Tony?
Bien, perfecto. Llevo tantas tiritas de algodón que me he comprado unas botas 3 tallas más.
¡Qué exagerado! Oye, por cierto, hace rato que no veo ninguna señalización. ¿No nos habremos perdido?
¿Perdidos? ¡No! Estamos perdidos. Tendrán que venir a rescatarnos el FBI, los Navy SEAL. Yo me encargo. Fui medalla púrpura en los Boy Scouts.
Dani, ¿cuánto chocolate has comido?
Esto con el bastón no hubiese pasado.
Laura, ¿a ti qué te indica el Blind Explorer? Anda, ya decía yo. ¿Están apagadas las apps? ¿Alguien las ha apagado? Porque no recibo ningún sonido.
Bueno...
¿Bueno?
Puede ser que te cogiese el móvil y que a lo mejor jugase 1 a 23 partidas al Candy.
¿Cerrar todas las aplicaciones?
¿Cómo? Lo mato. ¿Veis algún barranco por ahí? Adolfo, ¿en qué estabas pensando?
¿En el Candy?
Se ha activado Blind Explorer y dice todo el rato media vuelta.
¿Cómo?
A ver, ya lo tengo. Según IGN, estamos a 4 kilómetros de donde nos desviamos. Ah, solo hay un problemilla. La ruta que me dice incluye una pendiente que para María va a ser demasiado. Me tocará ir por la carretera. No vamos a tirar la montaña abajo para que pueda pasar. Adolfo, tú vas conmigo y llevas mi mochila. Y así se te quitan las ganas de Candy.
Vale, todo sea por ayudar y por librarme de las canciones de campamentos de Dani.
¡Santiago! ¡Allá vamos!
Vamos para Santiago y mis canciones.
No cantes, Dani. Reproduciendo playlist para que Dani no cante más.
Hoy, el Camino de Santiago es inclusivo y apoyándonos en las apps accesibles, podemos hacerlo todos. Claro que podemos hacerlo. No te sentirás sola o solo en ningún momento. Y lo harás. Llegarás hasta el final, hasta Santiago. Anímate y hazlo realidad. Tienes muchos motivos para hacer este camino. Chicos, ¿ya habéis llegado?
¡Sí!
¿Quieres mejorar la calidad del servicio a tus clientes? ¿Quieres que todas las personas disfruten de tu bar, de tu restaurante? ¿Quieres mejorar tu negocio y el servicio que en él das? En esta guía titulada Cómo gestionar la accesibilidad bares y restaurantes, Fundación 11 con la colaboración de Hostelería de España y CERMI te darán las pautas para conseguir que tu bar, tu restaurante, sea totalmente accesible y tenga más clientela, además de ser vertebradores de una sociedad que tenga en cuenta a todas las personas. Súmate al reto.
El ocio para las personas con discapacidad es un derecho reconocido en la Convención de Derechos de Personas con Discapacidad, pero también es una oportunidad, no solamente una cuestión de derechos, que lo es y muy importante, es también una oportunidad. En un país como España, en donde la primera industria es el turismo, el que tengamos unos establecimientos de hostelería y de hotelería accesibles supone una ventaja competitiva, un elemento de calidad, un elemento de atractividad para casi más de 80 millones de personas con discapacidad. Es también, además de un derecho, es una ventaja competitiva. Es una marca que el sector de la hostelería y de la hotelería en España debe de tener, debe significarse con la accesibilidad como elemento de ventaja competitiva. Nuestra primera industria nacional, que es el turismo, se merece, tiene que ser accesible porque será una seña de identidad. Es también un elemento bueno para el negocio. Siempre nos ha preocupado la accesibilidad del turismo y siempre nos ha preocupado la accesibilidad en los establecimientos de hostelería y de hotelería. La accesibilidad es un elemento de competitividad y de calidad. Esta guía es fruto de la alianza entre la hostelería, entre la Fundación 11 y el CERMI.
Hoy presentamos esta guía de cómo gestionar la accesibilidad. Un proyecto muy necesario para un sector como el sector de la hostelería, un sector líder, un sector envidia del mundo, pero si lo queremos ser más, tenemos que ser absolutamente inclusivos y gestionar nuestros espacios para que la gente con esas discapacidades o con esas capacidades distintas sean clientes diarios. Somos el sector, ese sector que somos el escaparate de lujo para el sector primario y también lo somos para estas buenas prácticas. y por otro lado tenemos el retorno de ese montón de personas que queremos que sean clientes nuestras, que se sientan a gusto, que se sientan atendidas, que puedan acceder de manera cómoda, de manera, yo creo que absolutamente necesaria, y por lo tanto ese retorno también económico. Tiene doble efecto, ¿no? Ese efecto de imitación, y además es un efecto que es un efecto económico. Hay cada día más personas que están dispuestas a salir, a ser felices en nuestros locales. Por lo tanto, vamos a por ellos, vamos a empujar con fuerza, vamos a ser ese sector que más felicidad vende, pero que más felicidad vende para todos, absolutamente para todos.
Acompáñanos en este viaje, con rumbo hacia una oportunidad al alcance de todos, hacia un destino que te cambiará para siempre, donde lo único que importa es lo que puedes llegar a ser. Un lugar preparado para acoger a todas las personas, en el que todos somos diferentes, pero todos podemos recorrer el mismo camino. Este no es un destino inventado. Puede existir. Está en tus manos hacerlo posible. Es muy fácil llegar a él. Y con este objetivo trabajan conjuntamente Fundación 11 y la Organización Mundial del Turismo, construyendo un camino hacia la inserción laboral de personas con discapacidad en el sector turístico que nos permita conseguir que la creación de destinos accesibles no sea un sueño, sino una realidad. Una realidad en la que el mundo de la empresa apueste por trabajar con personas con discapacidad para desarrollar su talento en igualdad de condiciones. Porque lo único que nos define profesionalmente es lo que somos capaces de hacer. Porque la diversidad y la inclusión no son solo un acto de empatía, son la forma más humana y eficaz de diferenciar a una empresa. ¿A qué esperas para iniciar este viaje? Únete a nosotros. Fundación 11 y la Organización Mundial del Turismo te pueden guiar en este camino. Cambia tu destino.
Bienvenidos de nuevo.
Welcome again. We're going to finish this day concerning surprising applications of technology for daily life. I have my friend here. She's an occupational therapist with over 20 years of experience in terms of support and applications in the working organization. She has worked with integration and devices and is conducting a project of innovation in terms of adaptation of jobs. In this session, we're going to share 4 projects in different phases of development using technology in service of disabled people. Welcome, Paloma. The screen and floor is yours. Thank you so much, Sonia. Good afternoon. Good evening to all. Sometimes a technology, an old problem, and a great idea become an innovation. This famous quote represents the topic today. The speakers that I'll have the great honor of introducing are applying technology to try to solution problems that disabled people face, innovating to improve independence and the quality of life of people. We will talk about animals, ultrasound, artificial intelligence, concepts that seem far away of people's daily life. However, throughout these developments, they become our allies, elements that ease our environment, that allow for the participation of people in different activities of everyday life. We'll start introducing Carla Mancina, professor of interaction between animals and computers. She has founded and directs the Laboratory of Animal and Computer Interaction. She will talk about animals and technology and why this interaction is paramount to animal well-being and to allow them to help humans. Clara, please go ahead.
Clara, the audio, Clara. Your microphone is okay.
Can you hear me now?
Perfect.
Well, thank you very much for having me here. It's a pleasure to share the work that we have been doing at the European University and the Animal Computer Interaction Laboratory with this community. This evening, I just wanted to briefly introduce you to the field of animal-computer interaction and to explain why it is relevant to designing for diversity and inclusion. So, animals have been exposed to technology for a very long time. So to speak, technology has been happening to animals for decades. How does technology impact on animals' well-being? For example, how does those sort of wearable devices, such as the ones fitted on this seal, affect their ability to conduct their daily activities that they need in order to survive? How does technology influence animals' social lives? How, for example, in the case of these robotic milking systems, how do they interfere with their social dynamics? How easy is the technology that we designed for animals to use, such as the technology we use to test animals' intelligence? Is the technology supporting the tasks that we give them to test their intelligence, or does it get in the way? How do animals experience the technology and the interaction with technology? Is it a pleasant experience, or is it not so pleasant experience? How does technology affect animals' security and privacy? Think of all the tracking devices that we are attaching to animals, all the data that they collect. Does that matter? Is that a question that we should ask ourselves? And finally, when we ask animals to do specific tasks to support us, how does the technology that they have to interact with
how does it support their task? Does it support it, or is it an obstacle to them accomplishing the tasks that we ask them to do for us? So this is the kind of question that the emerging discipline of animal-computer interaction is aiming to address. And this is a kind of question that the Animal-Computer Interaction Laboratory at the Open University was founded to address in 2011. In particular, we want to advance the art and science of designing animal-centered interactive systems for a participatory multi-species society. We have three fundamental aims. One is to investigate the interaction between animals and technology within their habitual contexts. The other one is to design computing technology that can improve animals' welfare, that can also support animals in the activities that they conduct, including the activities that we ask them to do for us, and that can foster intra and interspecies relationships, and particularly human-animal relations. And last but not least, we're very interested in informing animal-centered approaches for research and design that enables us to develop technologies not only for animals, but also with animals, with their participation as legitimate stakeholders and design contributors. Now, we have worked over the years on a range of projects that you see sort of represented here. I obviously will not have time to go into all of these, but I will be focusing on one of them in particular. So this is the project that I wanted to share our work with you today was aimed to improve accessibility for mobility assistance dogs. A number of people have taken part in this project over the years, and I want to acknowledge them. Our research partners are the UK charity Dogs for Good that trains mobility assistance dogs, among other kind of assistance dogs. A number of researchers, Louisa Ruger, Rachel Lack, Liz Cox, Shirley Gronia O'Connor have taken part, as well as, in the project, as well as engineers, Brendan Hagenheister, Kevin Dewar, Joe Mills, and Robert Seaton. So as you know, mobility assistance dogs are trained to interact with technologized environments on humans' behalf. But the problem is that the environments in which they have to operate are designed from an anthropocentric perspective. And this poses immense challenges for the dogs. So because the environments are designed, the interfaces that the dogs need to interact with, from a dog's point of view, from a dog's perspective, contravene all the best interaction design principles that we are so careful to apply when we design for humans. So we wanted to address this problem by trying to rethink how the interfaces that these dogs have to interact with are designed. So we wanted to map good interaction design principles, the sort of principles we would apply when designing for humans, onto the canine users' sensory, cognitive, and physical characteristics, so that we could design canine-centered controls that would allow them to interface with daily appliances, such as light switches, maybe washing machines, other domestic appliances, but even traffic lights or elevators, other sort of interfaces and technology that we find around in our cities. So the design that we developed was very simple. It was, we had two basic designs. We used colors that dogs could very easily distinguish between, discriminate. Dogs have dichromatic vision, which means that they see blues and yellows very well, but they don't see red and greens very well. So imagine how many controls are around in homes and cities that use green and red, because we can see them very well, but dogs can't. The controls that we designed are quite large, very easy to target for the dogs. So the dogs can interact with them using their snout instead of using their limbs. So they pause, for example, where they have less motor control. These controls the controls we designed are very, very sensitive, which means that they barely need to be they need to touch them, and they activate, and they have a slight texture to allow a bit of grip without affecting their nose too much, which is a very sensitive part of their body. So we wanted to test whether these devices worked better than standard controls that dogs are trained to interact with ordinarily. So as an experiment, we used our controls to operate a motorized door, and we tested our controls against a standard door opening control. So we measured different parameters, including some examples that you can see pictures in this slide. We checked the time that it took the dogs to open the door using one or other control. We checked how many attempts they needed to make in order to actually make contact with the controls, and we also measured how many attempts they made before they actually activated the control. So on all counts, it turned out that our controls, both the color blue and yellow, worked better for the dogs. They were able to interact with these controls more effectively. But with a preference for the blue, and we think that's because the blue was more obvious, more clearly visible against the light background on which the controls were placed. But so this showed how just trying to think of interaction from a canine perspective, from the perspective of the dog, with the characteristics of the dog, allowed us to make very simple adjustments that made it a task of just opening a motorized door for a dog much easier. We also wanted to test how dogs experience the interaction with these controls. So we looked at different ways in which we could measure the dog's experiences. Of course, dogs use their tail to express many of their moods. And so we developed a tail wagging ethogram, so a description of the different ways in which dogs wag their tail during the interaction with the standard controls or the interaction with the controls that we designed. So, and even in this case, we could confirm that the dogs seem to have a better interaction, a more enjoyable interaction with the controls that we designed that were more centered on the dog's characteristics. Since this study, we developed a new generation of these controls, which are cylindrical, and we tried different shapes for the push pad that the dogs would interact with. One had a concave push pad, and one had a convex push pad. So what we found was that while the concave push pad was better at guiding the dog's nose towards the center of the pad, which slightly improved the interaction in terms of efficiency and effectiveness. Actually, the convex push pad was more versatile. So imagine that this control is placed in a position that doesn't allow the dog to to access the control perpendicularly to the surface of the pushpad. A concave pushpad wouldn't really help in that case, whereas a convex pushpad could be sort of approached from different directions and still work. So we then took these findings and developed a version of this design could actually be deployed. So we have a wireless version which has the advantage that the button can be placed wherever it's most accessible for the dog. And this has, obviously to power the plug can be plugged into any wall sockets, and appliances like, for example, a lamp or a kettle can be plugged into this receiver. And the dog just interacts with the button. The button can be placed where it is accessible for the dog. And we distributed some of these buttons to various people who lived with mobility assistance dogs. And we had very positive feedback, not only about the functionality and how the buttons made the easier for the dogs to do some of the tasks in the home, but we also received positive feedback as to the fact that having this activity for the human and the dog to do together actually helped develop the bond between the two. So it was something, we were told it was something fun and easy for the dogs to learn and for the human to teach, that the two could do together. We also developed a wired version, an adapted version that could be installed in public places. And this is the version you see on the right-hand side of the slide are in fact installed at a restaurant in the UK, where they are enabling the dogs of customers, mobility assistance dogs of customers, to operate the motorized doors of their accessible toilets. So these are so this is where the project is at the moment, but we of course are continuing to pursue further developments. Here is just a very short video to show you that any dog can do this, can learn to use these buttons. And this actually was done with my dogs, who are not mobility assistance dogs. So that should give you an idea how easy this is. So this is a previous version of the buttons, which is currently installed in our in one of the buildings of our campus. This is my other dog. And this is after only a couple of days of practicing. So I just want to leave you with a final message. Why is this work important? Why is it important that we give accessibility to animals in our cities, and particularly if we ask animals to do tasks for us, to help us? So over millennia, we have created built environments that are increasingly inhospitable to most of the species who occupy the land on which we have built. And at the same time, we have established segregated spaces in which animals are trapped with little control over their environment. We are now beginning to see how neither of these situations are ecologically or ethically sustainable. So designing technologically supported environments that are inclusive and that afford a measure of control to humans and other animals who inhabit them could help us redress the balance between the interests of humans and those of other species, enabling us to create a more ecologically and ethically sustainable society for animals and humans. So my final message is in relation to this is that designing for diversity and inclusion means designing for and with all those who share the city, not just the humans. And the countryside and the planet. So, and when we do this, the inclusivity we extend to other animals also is beneficial for humans. So thank you very much. And if you ever, if there are questions, I'll be happy to take.
Clara, qué interesante. Qué interesante, Clara.
Interesting, Clara. This study that you are conducting is so useful and needed. Yes, I'm going to ask you a brief question. And you just mentioned it. I know that you participate a lot on ethical conditions related to working with animals. Could you comment the ethical principle?
Yes. So it's very important for us. It is very important that we treat our animal participants just as we would treat any human participants. So if we want to do animal-centered design, we need to put the animals at the center. So we need them to consent to what we are doing. So consent is partly given by the animals' caregivers. The animals were legally responsible for them, that the humans were legally responsible for them, but it also needs to be given by the animals themselves. So we need to put so for example, in this case, the dogs we work with, to allow them to choose whether they want to work with us or not, and find ways that would entice them to work with us. We need to make sure that we always prioritize their welfare at any time. We always make sure that any species we work with, we treat equitably in the same way that we would treat anybody else. And we always make sure that what we do, we only involve animals in our research for whom the research is relevant. So if there is a benefit for the animal to participate in our research, then we will invite them to take part. If not, we won't just use them as research tools.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you so much, Clara.
You're welcome.
I think you opened a need to get to know more about this project. Okay, let me introduce Kevin Vallesca right now. He is CEO and founder of Tech Innovation, and he's going to talk about a very interesting development, Work Assist, which uses infrasound sensors to give information on possible obstacles in front of them. Kevin, the floor is.
Hello, good evening. So my name is Kevin. Thank you for the invitation. The product name is now a new one. So Work Assist is the old one. The new product name is InnoMake. It's combined from Inno for innovation and MA for Marcus and KI for Kevin. So it's a very creative name. We are producing shoes which detect obstacles, and they are especially for blind people, but also for people who are motor impaired. And I know the community knows many aids or tools which detect obstacles. So why is our way the shoe which detects obstacles, why is this an innovative way? So therefore I have some points, because the first one is the white cane is filtered out of the measurement from our system. The second point is if you stand in front of an obstacle, which you know, for example, furniture in the kitchen or people in front of traffic lights, the system will go in a standby mode. So the system won't warn you because of this obstacle. The third point is we have built in an ultralight lamp. This lamp is a third way to give a feedback for visually impaired people, so not fully blind people. On the one hand, and on the other hand, the lamp can make obstacles better. There are three reasons. The second reason is the lamp lights out obstacles. And the third reason is that you are better visible in the traffic if it's dark, for example, or if it's foggy. And the fourth point is that it's a medical device, and this medical device is mounted on shoes. So who is going to leave the home without shoes? I think nobody. And so it's a very nice gadget if it's including in the shoes. Yeah, and therefore, because it's a medical product, the chances are very high in the European Union that institutions like the insurances, the government, or institutions for blind people can pay this product. But it's very differently in every country in Europe. And yeah, for a short introduction in the product, I have a video for the community. In this video, you can see Günther. Günther is one of our first customers in the year of 2020. And in few minutes, he described how he felt with the using of the Innomake, so our high-tech medical device. So you can see the video now.
The Innomake. One step ahead by tech innovation.
My name is Günther Kral. Text: Günther Kral, one of Innomake's many users, 55 years old, walks through the streets, smiling. I suffer from macular degeneration and have only 30% vision. I currently live in Vienna. Kunsthistorisches Museum, der Inner City, the Ferris wheel. What I really like about Vienna is that it gives me plenty of options for both cultural, the Schönbrunn Gloriette, and culinary activities. I like socializing, dining out, going to concerts, a cellist, and just enjoying life here in Vienna. Looks very happy. Whenever I'm out in town, on my way to a concert, for example, walking to the zebra crossing with a white cane, I encounter a lot of hazards. A car passes without stopping. These include curbs, walks up steps, trees and people. Pedestrian zone, and e-scooter swerves at the last minute. I can navigate with the aid of a cane, but that means having to move very carefully. Approaching carefully with a wide cane. L-shaped Innomake attachment consisting of 2 funnels with small sensors. Behind them, a shoe with an empty metal rail in the sole. Text: Innomake obstacle detection system for people with disabilities and emergency services in poor visibility conditions. The Innomake has made things a lot easier, because its sensors can detect obstacles from as far as 4 meters away. Shoe from the top with measuring scale. Text: up to 4 meters range. Innomake attachment. Text: innovation, high-tech, world first, waterproof. The closer I get to an obstacle, walks up steps. The faster the vibration or acoustic signal becomes, just like a parking sensor. Innomake attachment inserted into the shoe. Text: Bluetooth link to smartphone. Changes the settings in the app. Text: remote control using the smartphone app. It's quite simple to use. After using the app to connect the shoe, I can configure all the settings as needed. Text: adjust feedback to your individual surroundings. There are different types of feedback, such as vibrations, Innomake attachment. Text: vibration. Audio feedback, Innomake attachment with shoe. Text: tones. And LED on the shoe. Text: light. Walks with light flashing. Passerby looking at her mobile phone. Swerves to avoid him. Walks confidently and safely around the city with a white cane and Innomake. Finds a gap between 2 parked cars without the cane touching the cars. For me, the best feature is the obstacle detection function, which can be adapted to individual situations. Smartphone, changing settings in the app using voiceover. What I like most about it is that it can detect obstacles in good time. Another great thing about the Innomake is that it is an everyday object that I can take with me wherever I go. Effortlessly inserts Innomake attachment into the shoe. I feel a lot safer with the Innomake, and I can move around more quickly and easily in day-to-day life. Time-lapse of attachment switching between different types of shoes. It's like I always say, the sensor technology is like wearing a Tesla on my foot. Innomake product logo. A dot with 3 waves facing right. Contact www.innomake.eu. Starring Günter Kral. Voiceover Martin Oberhauser. Location Vienna. Copyright Tech Innovation GmbH.
Okay, so you saw many things about the InnoMake now in the video. I have a shoe here with the InnoMake attachment, and it was already described in the video, but I want short to explain you. Here on the back of the attachment, there is a button. So with this button, you can also make all the adjustments of InnoMake. So you don't need the smartphone. And in the beginning of the year 2022, we want also to launch the app for the Android systems. Yeah, in one packaging of the InnoMake, you can find 2 InnoMake attachments, the charger, and the accessible InnoMake app on the App Store. And yeah, we have also the possibility to order a test kit for free in the whole European Union, so people can test our products. They don't have to buy it. And in this test, people can test it in their individual daily life, because we have to say that we don't want to replace any aid. So we don't want to replace the white cane or the dog, etc. Our product is an add-on, and people can try it in these test moments where we can try it for free. Yeah, there are also several distributors in Germany and Austria who are providing it in their shops, because it really helps blind people also themselves, because many distributors are also blind in Austria and Germany. So I don't know in Spain. And yeah, that's all. So.
Qué interesante, qué interesante.
Very, very interesting. I wanted to ask you a question, Kevin. I'm thinking about those nights where one wants to get really dressed up, or maybe wear really nice shoes. Are you thinking about a design that would adapt to a shoe that doesn't have that prepared?
Yeah. Now in this case, there is built in a metal slot. So our customers can send us their own shoes, or they choose shoes from our shop. And then orthopedical shoe manufacturer can build in the metal slot into the shoe. Why? Because that's very simple to say. If I click the InnoMake attachment in the shoe, you can see they are built in an angle. So that's very important for our sensors, and I can't tell a blind user to stick it himself on the shoe. So I have to make it very clear, because it's very important for the sensor to look in the direction of walking. And we are working on projects where you can also use kind of the same of the system on other parts of your body, or for example also on wheelchairs and so on.
Pues esperamos ver ese proyecto.
We hope to see this project evolve. The next invitee is Victoria Paneva. She's a PhD candidate at the University Beirut in Germany, and she's working on computation in Bremen. She's going to talk about HaptiRead, which is an interface for reading Braille. And Victoria, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the invitation and thank you for the opportunity to present my research project here today. So I will talk about HaptiRead. So at the University of Bayreuth, we conducted research in using a new type of technology, midair haptics, to develop a public braille display for people, for blind and visually impaired people. So, yes. Okay, so apart from the classical braille displays, which are either on paper or the electric pins, in the past there has been some research done about using other types of devices for reading braille, like for example using the mobile phone or using wearable devices like, for example, vibrotactile motors, which can be placed either on the fingers or on the hand. So along these lines, we researched how we can use yet another new and upcoming technology for accessibility purposes. So first of all, I will start with explaining a bit about how this technology works. So the haptic board is composed of ultrasonic speakers, which emit ultrasonic waves at a frequency of 40 kilohertz. Now we are able to control the some parameters of the ultrasonic waves, like for example their phase and amplitude, such that we can have a focal point. We can create this focal point in mid-air. And when we do this, the user, the participant, can feel a sensation on their skin, which is quite similar to a gentle air breeze. Just if we use an ultrasonic wave at a frequency of 40 kilohertz, this frequency is not audible for humans, but also they would not be able to feel it. What we need to do, we need to modulate this wave and bring it to a frequency between 100 and 200 hertz. In this case, the mechanoreceptors in the human skin are able to perceive this type of sensation. And the modulation of the wave can be done either by modulating the haptic point temporarily. That means that we are switching the haptic device on and off, or by moving the haptic device, the haptic point, sorry. So we are changing the location of the haptic point. So this is the mechanism how we are able to render a haptic sensation on the human skin using ultrasonic waves. So there are already commercial devices from a company in the UK that has provided these haptic boards on the market, but they are mostly used at the moment for research and development purposes. So the haptic board is consisting of 256 ultrasonic speakers, and it also has a hand tracking module. So this is a sensor based on infrared camera that is able to track the hand of the user. And so we were actually in our lab, we were working with this technology for a different purpose. So we were using midair haptics for virtual reality and augmented reality applications. But actually, when we looked at some of the features of the technology, we came to the conclusion that this would also be something which can be useful for accessibility. So that's why we came to the idea to test HaptiRead. HaptiRead is a concept of a public display for reading Braille text. So what are some of the advantages to HaptiRead? So the device can track the hand of the user at a distance, and it can render the haptic sensation up to a distance of 70 centimeters. Also, there is no physical contact, so the sensation happens in midair, so it's more hygienic. And only the person that interacts with the interface is actually able to receive the information. So there is also an added privacy to it. And because of the programmability of the device, we can choose different ways in which we can render a haptic sensation. And this is exactly the point which we evaluate in our user study. So if we want to render Braille characters using midair haptics, what is the best way to do it? How should we render the individual Braille cells in the most effective manner? So we conducted a user study, and first, before conducting the user study, we did an iterative design process where we involved people from the blind and visually impaired community, and we came up with 3 different haptic stimulation methods, which were the most promising. So we have a constant method where all the Braille cells are rendered at the same time, a point by point where each point is individually presented, and row by row. So this was the first user study which evaluated the use of midair haptics for accessibility. And in the user study, we had 11 blind participants, and we tested 10 different characters using the 3 methods. We obtained quite good results in terms of accuracy with all the 3 methods, and with the highest average accuracy of 88% with the point-by-point method, and the mean time to identify the character was a bit over 7 seconds. So this was first initial study, and there is still research that needs to be done on this technology. One step that we would like to do is extend the study to 6 and 8 cell Braille characters, and also present not only individual characters, but also information in context, like, for example, words and phrases. And also, as you might have noticed in the results, when we tested the device, the participants of the user study did not have any experience with using this technology in advance. So the time to recognize a character was rather high. So, but if they have more training, we expect that this time would reduce. So in conclusion, our results provide the first empirical validation of employing midair haptics for public interfaces, for public Braille interfaces. Our participants responded quite favorably to this concept. However, further development and testing is needed to fully develop the potential of this concept. Thank you.
Victoria,
I wanted to ask you a question. Were you working with deaf and blind people as well when you were doing this research? How are the deaf and blind perceiving these?
So we worked only with people with severe visual impairment and blind people. We did not work with deaf people in the user study. What I find from the feedback that we received from the people, what I found quite interesting was that they, by themselves, they came up with tasks in their everyday life where they would benefit from this type of technology. And they gave us great suggestions about how to improve the technology further. For example, some of them said that they quite like the privacy aspect of the device, that they are the only one who can get the information that the device is rendering. So for example, for situations like going to the doctor and getting a prescription, when they exit the doctor's office, they would like to read what is on the prescription by themselves, not that somebody else has to read them for them, or to have a voiceover that would read it out loud, for example, or also when going to the restaurant and reading the menu. So their suggestion was to have a wearable and a portable version of this device that they could carry with themselves and use it into their everyday life.
Eso es lo importante, Victoria, la
That's
aplicación.
very important, the use in daily life. Very interesting. Thanks very much. And last but certainly not least, we have Antonio Sanchez. He's a PhD, and he works in Cartagena at the university. And he's going to talk about something that is revolutionizing the experience of children and young people with sensorial limitations in the classroom. Antonio. Well, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me to participate in this event. Thanks for disseminating this information. Today, I want to talk about a project that's based on technology so that all people, especially those with a visual and auditory disability, can have the same opportunities and the same education as anyone else, and so that no one is left behind. This project, we need to see where it came from. 7 years ago, I had a daughter with a genetic problem. She had low vision, and so I decided to do whatever I could to help her. And now I know that this is her reality. This is what she can see when she goes to the theater or to a classroom, or when she wants to just relate with the environment. Now, more important than that is what she's losing. How much of this information or this communication is she losing because she can't see properly? Many experts say that the nonverbal language and so forth, being able to capture the gestures of a person, and so she's missing all of that type of communication. Now, the next question that I asked was, what can I do to help her? Because I work in engineering, I have a lot of experience. And so the first thing I did was I signed her up to the ONCE organization. And this is a fantastic opportunity for people with low vision to be able to have the help of the ONCE organization. That makes their lives easier. The next thing that I did was I looked for solutions to be able to increase her perception. How she could get this information on the same as anyone else. In Valencia, and the people that were using different technologies, but to be able to capture that experience, they used these monoculars. I wanted to see if there was other possibilities, but I wanted to focus on something which is the experience capturing. We learn from experience because at the end of the day, we capture things much more if we live an experience. And so there we defined what we wanted to do, how we wanted to capture experiences, first of all, in education, and capture the experience in the classroom. We need to be able to see the blackboard, to be able to hear the teacher, and we also need to be able to receive the presentation, the video, any kind of visual information as we are listening to the presentation. It's also important And visiting different events, we realized that we need tools like changing contrast to be able to, there's a whole series of things that are essential to capture certain experiences. And that's what I want to show here in this video. This is a real example of one of the classes. This is a person with low vision, and in her tablet or mobile telephone, any device, she can see the blackboard the way she's saying it with that clarity to be able to adjust it to the minimum size that they need to be able to see it. And in any case, if they need to access information just with a movement of the finger, they can reach that information. There's an important aspect here that I want to stress. That's what we call inclusion. It's very interesting to provide access for the people with low vision. We thought it was more interesting, however, to provide equipment and solutions useful for everyone and to have equal access to information. This person is receiving this same presentation, but from a different point of view. This is individualized learning. We each learn in a different manner. So what we provide is we adjust to this capacity of each individual. And these experience is not only possible or necessary in education, it could also be to access a concert. What I'm showing here, this is one of the prestigious music concert in Murcia. And what we did is for people with retinosis pigmentaria, and it's in addition to listening to the music, they could see the gestures made by the singers, everything, to have the full experience, to live the experience. And it was an amazing experience for a lot of people who had not had this experience and have access to these experiences and these feelings. And that's why we're using this technology. For many people are using this now. A lot of associations are using this to adapt this resources in schools, at university, and they're very happy with this. And one of our big challenges now is to provide this for people who don't have any disability at all, because at the end of the day, we don't want to stigmatize anyone for using this tool, and so that we will all be equals using this type of technology. I'm very happy that this has been disseminated nationally and internationally. We were finalists actually in a national award of startups. And one of those 555 companies, we were one of those selected. And this slogan that each person counts is really true. So I just want to thank Onte, who has been supporting us since the very beginning and is helping us now to disseminate our idea. And it's very important that people become familiar with this. But the most important for us is that it gets into the hands of people who really need it so that they can use it. There was a child with low vision in Malaga who didn't want to go to school, a 7-year-old, and the child said didn't want to go to school because he couldn't get by in the classroom. This device really helped them, and the parents of the child really got emotional because it made such a big difference in the life of their son. I wanted to finish up this showing my daughter. This is my daughter. This is the first time she was using the system. She didn't have to get up and look at the blackboard. She can see it directly in her screen, in her digital screen, and she has this tablet that she can use. And she didn't have to sit in the front row anymore, right next to the blackboard. She could sit all the way in the back of the classroom with her friends and use her tablet and follow the class perfectly well. So it's really important to be able to integrate, and this is the size. This is how she can see the face of her teacher, and this helps her to relate and just be one more student, not to stand out because of her disability.
había enfocado al ordenador, al examen del compañero de al lado para ver lo que estaba escrito. Yo me eché a reír.
She said she could even look and she could copy the answers to the exam that her classmate was sitting next to her, and she could copy the answers with this device. And I told her that's really not what the device was made for. But anyway, it is allowing students to fit in with their classmates. And it can be used by all people, not just people with disabilities. It's a right. And it should be it should be one of the emblems really in our society to make everyone equal. Antonio, I think that this is fantastic that your daughter has the same opportunities as everyone else to copy in an exam. I wanted to ask you a question. I've had a lot of relationships with universities and with teams that are working with students with disabilities, and I know that these teams usually don't have large budgets to buy equipment. Where are you finding funding through universities or at schools so that they can acquire this system? Is there a budget item set aside for this to make this a little bit easier to acquire this type of material, accessibility material? Well, it is true. People are becoming more aware of the importance of these things, and as society moves forward. But this aspect, the whole concept of inclusion and providing value for the whole world has really helped with that. Most universities don't buy the material for people with disabilities. It's the best way to really capture experiences in the classroom where there's a lot of online learning and so forth. You can send all of this information to home and you can select what you want to see with a quality up to 4K. So a lot of this was used, like I said, for people with no disabilities, especially during the pandemic. So this has helped us because at the end of the day, the budget set aside for disabilities is small, but to improve digital images in schools is a need. In fact, the ministry has provided more than $1 billion for this type of technology. So we're thrilled when we're asked for these devices for people that don't have disabilities as well. So that's the situation. And that was the way we were able to go forward with our research. Okay, I've taken good note about that, Antonio. I wanted to thank all and congratulate all of you for your developments, and thank you so much for sharing with all of everyone here today these very interesting developments. I think that will end this surprising technology day with a big smile of hope of the work being done by our researchers to put all of this at the service of people with disabilities. Thank you so much, Sonia. We give the floor back to you. Thanks very much, Paloma, for presenting these 4 researchers and their surprising projects that are fascinating elements of the environment for people with disabilities. Thank you for all continuing with us. Tomorrow will be the last day of the Congress. We'll here for you to put the finishing touch on this conference. Thank you so much.